Good morning, everyone. I'm Janine Geske, and I am the retired director of the Restorative Justice Initiative at Marquette Law School, and I am so very pleased that we have the second day of our conference on restorative justice and domestic violence, exploring effective pathways to healing. For those of you who were with us yesterday, you will know that everybody felt, particularly the presenters, but also all of us in the room, that it was really a good time this week to talk about healing, and that we're talking about the promise of and the hope for perhaps addressing domestic violence in a different way. Before I begin and spend a couple of minutes talking about restorative justice for people that were not here yesterday and heard me talk a little longer than I'm going to talk today, could I have a show of hands, first of all, on how many of you were here yesterday? Okay, so a great number, thank you. And we have a number of people who've traveled out of state to be here. Can I see people who've traveled out of state to be here? They're in the, thank you very much. We're very, very happy, and we welcome you to Milwaukee and to Marquette University Law School, and we're thrilled that you took the time and the expense and the effort to come and join us for this important dialogue. We are talking about restorative justice and domestic violence, and as I mentioned yesterday, I've been doing restorative justice in various forms for almost 20 years, and as a former judge and a former justice on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, I early on did not think restorative justice was a good idea at all. I eventually became wiser and older and experienced and found that so many victims and survivors in particular found healing through a restorative justice process and have worked in that field for a long time. But from the very beginning of my work there, and certainly our speakers yesterday talked about that, and they may mention again today, the idea of mentioning restorative justice and domestic violence set up fireworks and no, and whatever you do, don't bring it into the domestic violence field. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, we spent a lot of time talking about a number of policies that we have in the domestic violence field that certainly does not serve a certain portion of survivors, of their families, their children, and the offenders as well. And so we're exploring an interesting topic and trying to look for a better pathway for healing for some, at least, of those people who are deeply impacted within their households and their relationships in domestic violence. My quick, I'm going to try to do restorative justice in 5 minutes, and those of you who know me will chuckle because the other day I was asked, or about a couple weeks ago, I was asked to go to Boston and speak at a national conference, and they said, you have 15 minutes, and I said, you don't want to ask me for 15 minutes because that's not going to work, and they finally expanded my time a little bit. So doing it in 10 minutes is going to be tough. But I think it's important for those of you who are here today and were not here yesterday and perhaps have not been exposed to restorative justice to have a quick understanding of what it is we're talking about. And restorative justice is based on a number of processes and a philosophical approach to harm. We're looking specifically at the issue of domestic violence. And instead of looking at the normal issues that you look at in a criminal justice system, you know, did a crime happen? Who did it? What's the evidence against the person? Who are the witnesses? How do we process that person respecting his or her constitutional rights? And ultimately, if there's a conviction, what do we do to sentence that person? How do we protect people and focus on the offender? Survivors of crimes generally for a long time have been telling us that they do not feel well served by the system. And, you know, and having been part of the system for a long time, it is hard to balance the constitutional rights of an offender and also be able to provide the healing environment that a survivor often needs after a violent crime, and certainly in domestic violence. We had a lot of discussion yesterday about the number of and we often talk about women, but there are certainly a lot of men who are also survivors of domestic violence, but a number of people who, segments of our population, particularly those who are afraid of authorities or have issues with authorities, whether it's because of deportation or other related issues, that do not call for help, and we leave them out in the community to deal with the violence that's ongoing, and not only leave them, but leave their children there. And so the idea behind restorative justice is to look at all this in a different lens, and first of all, to ask who's harmed by what's happened. And we're going to explore that deeply today with a number of different kinds of speakers. Because it's not just the survivor of domestic violence, the person who was hit. And part of that, you know, in the court system, that's our victim. That's our person that we need. But we know from experience that the children in that household are deeply affected, and you will hear about that today and how that ripples not only through the children's lives, but their lives and their relationships as they get older. It also impacts the person who's perpetrating the violence, and you will hear how many of the individuals who have perpetrated violence themselves have been survivors of domestic violence and emotional violence at an earlier age. So when you ask who was harmed, we've got that portion, and we can ripple it out. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this piece, but the community's harmed. We're all harmed because there's so much domestic violence in our community, whether it's in the schools, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's in other environments, relationships, parents of people who are survivors of domestic violence, friends. You may have friends or people you know that you suspect are being subjected to violence and see the impact on them and yet feel powerless to do anything. So that ripples out. So who is harmed? The second issue you look at in domestic violence, as you do in all harm, what was the harm? And one of the key things to remember, and I always emphasize, that the physical harm that's done in a violent crime often, not sometimes it's major, but often is a small part of the harm that was done to the individual. And certainly that's true in domestic violence. What that does to the victim of a domestic violence incident or incidents in terms of her own self-esteem, her ability to mother, her relationships with people, the isolation that often happens for many survivors because of the power and control that happens in that household. So it's the psyche, it's the soul, it's the self-identity, it's the relationships that that person and others in that household can interact. Let me just mention that there may be a bit of storytelling today about violence in some people's houses and homes, just because that's part of what we're doing at the conference. Those stories may trigger an emotion from people in this audience. It's not unusual. There are people in this group, and I know it because it's true in so many groups, that have had domestic violence touch their lives in some way. If for some reason there's a trigger or you feel uncomfortable, do not feel badly about stepping out and going out. No, we all understand that, and the speakers, in fact, reminded me to remind you of that. That's not an uncommon phenomenon. If you need help, if you need to talk to somebody, please let one of us know, and we will find that help for you. But we just want to warn you, it's not going to be gruesome talk, but something the smallest trigger can trigger for somebody. So you're going to hear the impact that this has. And one of the things that we thought about playing for this conference, and we decided not to, was, and we in fact debated on our planning committee for some time, we have a tape recording that's often used in training, and it's of a small child who's calling for help on 911. And you can hear physically in the background the mother being beaten by the father of the child, and the pleas of this child to hurry up, to get help. Please, please hurry. And the 911 operator trying to calm the child down. And you can't listen to that tape without having your heartstrings pulled, realizing what's happening to the child. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about that. I do a lot of restorative justice work with victims and community members in prisons. And a number of years ago, I was at Columbia Prison, which is in Portage, Wisconsin. It's a maximum security prison. And I played that tape, and so it was this child talking to the 911 operator, and you hear this screaming in the back, and the child screaming every time she heard her mother scream. And the tape seems like it lasts forever. It's probably a couple of minutes, but it seems like it is forever. And after we were done, we passed the talking piece around the men in the room, and there was one guy who was, he's committed a terrible crime. He's in Portage. That's the same prison where Jeffrey Dahmer was at one point. And he took the talking piece and he said, I don't like the police. All my experience with the police have been bad. I don't like the police. And he said, I listened to that tape and all I could think, where are the police? Why aren't they there faster? Why aren't they getting there? I mean, that little girl's cries touched his heart. And so that's what restorative justice is about, is for us to understand those stories, those experiences, and not just for us in the community, but for people who've engaged in domestic violence, as well as those who have lived through it and continue to live through it. So the third question, restorative justice, is what can we do to repair the harm? How can we address these issues? And you will hear today, as those of you who were here yesterday heard, it's complex. It's very complex. There are many issues, there are many safety issues, and the objections to restorative justice and domestic violence is a deep fear that there's a high risk for reoffending or revictimization. And so how do we create safe environments for the victims, their families, and for the offender, that we can have these relational stories? And, I'm going to end by saying that you're going to hear a number of stories, and you're going to get to hear about some specific programs today. You can look at the program, and later we're going to hear from two men who've been through the treatment program at the Alma Center, and have them talk about their experiences, not only growing up, but their situations in the family environment, and what they've learned as they've gone through a restorative approach to many of these issues. As you can see from the program, I just wanted to touch on this, that I will introduce in a few moments the two keynotes this morning, but we have the privilege this afternoon of having our District Attorney, John Chisholm, and Tom Reed from the State Public Defender's Office talk to us a little bit about reforming the justice system, and specifically the kinds of things that can happen in domestic violence. We have been fortunate in Milwaukee. Judge Kremers was here yesterday, and maybe he was here today, Jeff? Oh, he's right there. When Jeff was chief judge in Milwaukee County, and I know that Carmen Painter wanted to mention that yesterday, and Jeff did a lot of work at initiating and trying to create a better court environment and have domestic violence courts and have all sorts of advocates, and we've done a lot of work in that vein, but it's time for us to look beyond what happens in a courtroom to try to find a path towards healing that doesn't just deal with the case, but deals with the people and the systems that are involved. And then we're going to end at the end of the day with a reflection of some of our speakers, sort of what they've learned and heard during the last day and a half. And so I think it's going to be a very exciting day. We have lunch for you, and we keep working, and I try to keep on time. I have 1 minute, so I'm going to tell you that I want you to listen in terms of the restorative justice lens as you listen to things, and you're going to hear first about a program in Portland, Oregon that's been operating for some time, a restorative model, that this intent of giving victims a voice to be able to tell their stories and to be listened to and understood, and also to being able to ask questions of somebody, whether it's their direct offender or whether it's a surrogate, which is what you're going to hear about. Why does this happen? And what were you thinking? And what about this? And then where people take this. How do you repair from the harm? How do you move forward? How do we promote healing? And ultimately, like most things in life, the best comes of relationships and stories and connections. It doesn't come from building up barriers or slamming jail doors or building walls, because it may temporarily solve a problem, but in the long term, we just keep returning these people to court and unfortunately exposing children and other family members and other people to these issues. So let me segue into Carrie Banks. We're very privileged, and those of you who were yesterday got to hear Carrie a little bit. Carrie is Executive Director and founder of the Domestic Violence Safe Dialogue in Portland, Oregon. You're going to hear a lot about that program. My colleague, Professor Mark Upright, where'd you go, Mark? I just saw, oh, he's over here. Mark, many of you who know restorative justice know that Mark is really, I don't want to call you an elder yet, Mark, but a very respected scholar, practitioner, trainer, all over the world. And Mark and I've had the privilege of working with Mark not only on things in the United States, but around the world. And Mark, I think, helped Carrie set up this program many years ago. And so Mark has flown over from Minneapolis, where he teaches at the University of Minnesota in his restorative justice program, in part to hear what's happened with Carrie's program. Carrie worked for 25 years in domestic violence shelters. She worked with survivors. She will talk to you a little bit about how she felt about offenders during those years, and how she has shifted and moved into this restorative model. And our hope is that she'll do her presentation. I may nudge her a little at the end if we're getting close to the end of time, to try to leave 5-10 minutes for questions, because I'm sure there'll be questions. So with that, would you please give a warm welcome to Carrie Banks.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Thank you all so much, and I am absolutely thrilled to be here and to be asked. As I mentioned yesterday, it was not the most gracious welcome when I first jumped into this arena, but times are changing, absolutely. And to hear about the things that you all are doing here, the Alma Center and the Sojourner Truth Center, is just breathtaking. We were able to drive by it last night, and that's so, it's amazing, and it's progress, and it's what it should be. And I will apologize because I do look at my notes a lot, because I have a love to talk issue. And if I don't, then we'll be here for a very long time. And I also sometimes forget to switch the slides because, again, the love to talk issue. So, confession's over. So my name is Carrie Banks. I'm a mom of 3 adorable children, wife of a mostly adorable man. I founded and I'm the executive director of Domestic Violence Safe Dialogue. We used to be Domestic Violence Surrogate Dialogue, but we kept getting pregnancy calls. I'm not kidding. So we ended up changing the name probably about 7 or 8 years ago to SAFE, and that was a very good move. Probably about 4 weeks ago, I guess at this point, a candidate that was running for president had a conversation on the bus. I don't know if anyone heard about it or not, but unfortunately it was taped on a hot mic and it came out. And I'm from Tennessee, and majority of my family are very conservative. And a lot of my friends are, which is fantastic. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions. But on this, I saw people defending the comments and saying, you know, it was just locker room talk. And it was very upsetting to me, because I'm sure anyone else who works in the domestic violence arena here, my phones were ringing off the hook by people saying, why are they minimizing this? You know, everything that he said is just traumatizing to me, and it's bringing up, it's just making me feel like people don't think it's important. So I started blogging, and I blogged a lot, kind of on a daily basis, saying, okay, let's just clear the air, take it out of politics. This is not a political issue. It's not liberal. It's not conservative. It's 1 in 5. It's everywhere. So let's just talk about it. Well, 3 weeks ago, I was contacted by a New York literary agent who had been guided to it because she was having such a hard time processing, and she said, let's write a couple books. So between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., at this point, I think I'm writing 2 books, one for adults and one for teens, but it's mainly people soliciting their stories, and I'm just going to be writing around them, because I think storytelling and dialoguing and listening to other people's words is a lot more important than really anything I have to say, because people can relate to it. And my most exciting thing is I became a meme. It's so exciting. When I said, in the den of iniquity called the locker room, you hear a friend bragging about sexual abuse and think, I just can't correct a friend and tell them that they're being abusive. Stop and think about the last time someone insulted your college team and you told them 60 reasons in 60 seconds why they're wrong, so you can do it, you're just not choosing to do it. Very proud moment. When it popped up on my thing, I'm like, oh my God, that's my name. I understand in the room that we have a lot of different levels of people who understand restorative justice, domestic violence, and so what I plan on doing is giving you a little bit of where I see restorative justice and where that intersects with domestic violence and where DVSD kind of is jumbled into that, and where the programs and the theories and philosophies that kind of help develop the program. And it's going to be a lot. I have 101 slides, so we're going to jump in. So it was born out of the restorative, I'm not kidding, you think I'm laughing, born out of the restorative justice movement, and the definition that I like is restorative practice acknowledges the capacity for humanity to make mistakes and seek to find ways to restore balance in relationships so that victims and offenders alike have opportunities to heal harms and transcend stigmatization from their past. The principles providing full participation and consensus of all parties affected, to heal that which was broken by the victim-offender community, to hold the offender accountable for the impact of their offense, to reunite the community that's been divided by the offense, and to build community strength and resilience to prevent further harm. The dominant system, as we all know right now, is to lock people up and kind of throw away the key. But if wrongdoings are specific to morality, it does affect so many more people. And in contrast, building on the idea that all human beings are basically good, which I choose to believe, and we're capable of social redemption, which again I believe, the beliefs behind restorative justice include that individuals need to make amends for their wrongdoings in order to heal themselves and restore balance in their communities so that they can be reintegrated in the communities. And I think that's the end result that we would all like. So a side note, I was actually at a Restorative Justice Conference about 7 or 8 years ago, and they were trying to decide if programs such as mine, DVSC was specifically mentioned, belonged into the restorative justice arena. It lasted about 3 hours, and to be honest, I zoned out. I don't know what they decided, but I think we are, so we are. In most DV cases, people are tossed into jail, and they lose their days at work, and it makes them even more angry and creates a situation which is even more dangerous for the survivor, which is one of the main reasons. I mean, there's a lot of cultural issues, but a lot of reasons why they don't call 911 in the first place, because they don't want to have that repercussion. However, if a neighbor does follow through and calls 911 because they're witnessing it, our system is great about punishing them, but the survivor is sitting here in a very, very dangerous place. And so what's she to do? And what is out there to help her become whole? And I will reiterate what was said yesterday. I do say her for survivor and he for offender, but obviously we all know the statistics. There are LGBTQ, heterosexual, ethnicities. I mean, it covers every gamut, right? Every gender, every race, everywhere. It's everywhere. So back to my example. So finally, he gets out, and we realized that there was a hole in the system that needed filling. And as anyone knows, if you work in this area, you do it because you love it. You don't do it for really any other reason except you just want healing and you just want to see change and that you believe in it and you know that people can. I grew up in Nashville, Tennessee, in a nonviolent household, went to the University of Tennessee, go Vols, and my major was communications because I could talk to a wall and sometimes it would talk back. When I was 22, I decided to get my graduate degree at University of Arkansas, go Razorbacks. And Fayetteville, Arkansas, there's not a lot to do. I loved it, but there was George's Majestic Lounge on a Friday night or nothing. And so I had seen this flyer about a night advocate position at a shelter that they needed some help. And I was doing political and communication. I thought, well, I'm not bettering the world just yet, so I'll try it. Changed my life. I didn't understand it. I kept thinking, well, this seems fixable. I don't understand. Again, I didn't grow up in it, so I didn't realize all the dynamics around it. It just seemed like I've got to kind of fix this. So I switched my major, left Arkansas, worked on the Hill in D.C. for a senator from Tennessee for a few years, and was finally able to get back to graduate school, the Patriots, at George Mason's Conflict Analysis and Resolution. While I was there, I read about a study It was a program in Canada that had rape survivors go to prisons and talk to men who had been through a lot of counseling and were accountable about rape, because so many times a survivor does not know who raped her. And so, you know, you had all kinds of questions. If they were attacked on the street, could I have prevented it? Was it the way I was dressed? Was it my fault for being alone at a bar, parking lot, restaurant, library, abandoned street, whatever? Did I say too much? Is there something I could have done to change the outcome? Why did he choose me? All these questions from someone who's just trying to rationalize and understand what happened to them. It makes sense. Well, for a survivor to be able to ask a rapist in prison, who's been through the counseling, as I said, and is accountable, is huge. And of course the answer is, didn't matter what you wore, didn't matter where you were, you're not at fault. Well, you can just imagine the self-blame and the guilt that's just absolutely lifted off the shoulders. So when I read about this, I thought, gosh, those questions sound almost identical to what I was hearing when I was working in the shelters. Why did this happen to me? Is there something that I could have done? Is there something that attracts me to abusive men? If I were a better wife, cook, mother, cleaner, lover, driver, handyman, handywoman, gardener, etc., would he not have hit me? Did he ever love me? Did he know the effects of his abuse would be on the children? And did he plan the attacks ahead of time? Basically, the survivors were taking responsibility for their abuser's actions. And those of you who work in the field know that you hear these questions over and over and over again. So DVSD was born. And then I had even more questions. Is there a place where survivors of violence can have these questions answered? Nope. Should this happen safely? I bet it could. Would answers help those who are stuck move down their path? Again, I bet it could. Would the domestic violence community embrace the idea? Why wouldn't they love a new intervention program? This is going to be awesome. Yeah. So creating this program was a labor of love. As I mentioned yesterday, I was kicked out of a national conference because I was naively thinking, but I'm just trying to help, and I'm not trying to do anything wrong. And it's a good time to clear some things up. I'm not the devil. I've been yelled at, screamed at, and actually it seems to be the common word around it. I was presenting at a meeting where a woman came up to me, this was 2 years ago, and said, I don't like you at all. And I said, well, I hope you mean the program, because I'm kind of fabulous. But she didn't even give me a chance to talk and discuss and have any kind of an open mind, and more importantly, didn't listen to the survivors that we were helping. So I always tell myself, by the way, that I always go to intent, and I think that person's just trying to protect survivors. She just didn't know how to express it. That's what I choose to tell myself, and I tell myself that a lot when people are not kind. I did not start some sort of dating service to introduce survivors to men that batter. Sounds very strange, but we get at least 2 phone calls a year from therapists saying, I have a survivor who's ready to date again. Do you have a rehabilitated offender? No, we don't do that. And Matt Johnston, my program director, actually thought I was just being funny and kidding when I first brought that up. No, he's gotten 2 or 3 of the phone calls, so yeah, we don't do that. I'm not revictimizing survivors of violence. We're not putting survivors in a room with their offender. I'm not saying that that can't happen at a later date, but that's not what we do. We use surrogates, and I'll get to that soon. I firmly believe that survivors and their ability to choose interventions to serve them, give them choices. Simply put, I listen and respect the words of those who have been in abusive situations, and I want to support their wishes and their words. I believe in change. At the very beginning, I thought, you know, well, if you could just put all the offenders on an island and let them die off, everything would be great, because I was working in the shelters and I didn't understand the concept of change. And then I started working with DVSC, and I thought, okay, well, if the offenders get something out of it, that's nice, you know, kind of on the side, but I was very survivor-driven. Gosh, then after a couple of the dialogues, I'm like, dang it, I really love these guys. They want to change. There's such good in there. And so I turned, and now this program, I can tell you, is equally beneficial, if not actually a little more beneficial sometimes, for the men that batter that come through the program. I'm not a perky Pollyanna. I'm pleasant. I've been told that I'm way too happy to work in domestic violence. Judgy people stink. So there you go. I do. I don't work in crisis. When you work in crisis, it is a very different mindset. But I see people, I see the good. I see people who have changed their lives, who are taking control of their lives on both sides. And actually, we even look at it as both sides of a coin, because there is the survivors on one side, the offenders on the other, and it's the same coin, and you've just got to get that balance. Accountability is very empowering. Trying to give a survivor power again is exactly what our program in restorative justice is all about. So that in the future, she says, you're overreacting in a violent way. I see the red flags. I'm leaving before I have too much invested in this. This not only helps a survivor of violence to stay out of violent relationships, it does not reward an offender of violence. The process of the men that batter is, I yell or throw things, then she does what I want, turns to, I yell or throw things, and she leaves. This action does not seem to be working. It's all about education, and who better to educate each other through the questions than someone who has been there. Most DV survivors will tell you that they constantly hear the voice of their abuser in their head telling them that they're not good enough, not smart enough, and not capable of not only living without them, but that they start to believe that they can't live and rely on their own inner voice that we all have. They think that they're crazy all the time. Research when I was at George Mason showed that this program actually helped women move past that stage. So they started relying on their own instincts and believing their own inner voice. Because so many times, what they would say was, I'd go to bed thinking I wasn't good enough, and I knew he was cheating on me. And I knew all these things that he said was not true, but his voice was so loud in my head. And after they go through a dialogue and they hear the accountability and like, no, I meant to make her crazy, they're like, I should have listened to my own voice. I should have relied on that. I'm going to start listening to my own voice. That's huge. And we do, as I said, we don't get couples back together. We're not Match.com, but we do have the survivors and the offenders in the same room with surrogates. And the reason that I think surrogacy, either as a preliminary before couples counseling, if they do decide to stay together, is so important is because through the looks, through the touches, if I'm with my husband, we know each other's things of like, if I start to talk about something that, oh shoot, she's not supposed to be repeating that in public, that's actually a secret sort of thing, you know the look, right? My children have my mom look, you better stop that. They have that down pat. So between a couple, there's all these signals, all these nonverbal signals that even a facilitator won't pick up on because they're not involved in that relationship. And plus, domestic violence lives in secrecy. And here you are in front of a counselor, in front of facilitators, talking about something that's secret. And so the look of, I can't believe that you're saying this out in public, and the repercussions afterwards could be really deadly. The controversy around this program is because so many have said that these women are not strong enough to face an offender, not strong enough to ask questions. And I have issues with this. These women have lived through terror that I can't even imagine, being beaten, and you think that they're not strong. As I said yesterday, Hollywood does a terrible job of portraying domestic violence survivors. They do not need to be protected. They need the support to figure out what they need. Talking with a friend on an airplane just yesterday, she was telling me about her daughter who's in high school and had just broken up with her boyfriend, and she said he was so controlling. And I said, okay, now's when you've got to swoop in and say, what about his controlling behavior made it attractive to you? Did he make you feel secure, needed, important? What are all those things? And then how can she find all those feelings inside of herself and not rely on someone else? Survivors have questions that they want answers to. So would you rather them being in a bar and hearing someone saying, oh, I used to be a security guard, but they took my gun away because I had a DV complaint, and have a survivor say, can I ask you a few questions about that because I don't understand? That's not safe. So again, it's reverting back to the patriarchal idea that I know it's good for you in your mental state, and you're not strong enough to have a conversation with a man that batters, rather than giving them the power and saying, let's see if we can't give you what you feel you're needing and asking for in a safe environment. Survivors have asked for this, and they deserve it, in my opinion, to have the opportunity to heal on their own terms safely. And safety does include counseling. I definitely believe in counseling. We are just another tool in the tool belt of counselors. And it's not for everyone, by far. I know some survivors who are like, there's no way I'd be in the room. Well, then it's not for them. But for so many people who say the word stuck, they say, I'm just stuck. I have these questions that I can't move past. Those are the ones that usually come see us. Patrick Stewart gets it. He said, the people who could do the most to improve the situation of so many women and children are in fact men. It's in our hands to stop violence against women. And so involving men who batter in the process of helping those who have been victimized by men is at the root of restorative justice principles. Getting both prepared to reintegrate into society and have healthy, positive relationships. If you have not seen Patrick Stewart's Amnesty International video, you should go see it. He has quite a story about his childhood and living in a very abusive household. It's very powerful. Values that DVSD embraces. Ending domestic violence. I still think it's going to happen. Making resources available to all communities. Safety, accountability, support, healing, respect is a big one. Growth, empowerment, home, empathy, and accuracy. They're lofty goals, but I truly believe that we'll achieve them. What DVSD is not, it's not reconciliation. That's not what we do. It's just information and education. A way to get couples back together. Again, we're just educating so that people make their own choices. If they choose to go back to the person that abused them, that's their choice. We're not couples counseling. That can come later if they choose to do so. We're not a dating service. Always want to reiterate that. And not only is this not our intent, survivors say that a dialogue reinforces and validates their decision on so many times to exit the relationship. We have one of our survivors had said that she sat, and the way that this happens is like one of our survivors said after sitting across the table from a surrogate, that she saw how much work, and I'm so thrilled that you all get to hear this afternoon from the two gentlemen, how much work and energy that people put in changing their entire worldview of what they're doing. It's an immense amount of work, and it's to be applauded greatly. But she saw how much work he had put in there and how accountable he was, and she said, towards the end, she looked at him and she said, my husband's not willing to do this work. He's not doing it. He's telling me he's doing this. She said, he's not even close. So she realized, it just validated that she left, and it just solidified in her head that she had made the right decision. Okay, so the quick and dirty about domestic violence safe dialogue. And we have a survivor of violence and a man who batters, or female. We're starting to get females, which is very exciting. We have support persons on both sides and a facilitation team. And we followed Dr. Umbright. I definitely have followed his model and just kind of made some adjustments for DV, but he's amazing. Okay, so my daughter's dyslexic, and so I've learned a lot about visual learners. So here we go. This is a setup. This spoon art was done by our program director, Matt. So we have the facilitator up here, two facilitators, a man who batters, a support person, the survivor participant, and their support person. That's kind of what the setup of the room looks like. So the dialogue flow usually starts out, a survivor, it depends, it varies. We give the survivor the choice. Do you want to share your story first, or would you like to hear from the other person? And it varies. I'd say half want to tell their story, and the other half want to know what's in the room. So they tell their story, and then that person slowly starts to tell their story. And then they slowly ask a question, another question, another question, and then it absolutely just goes in a flurry. And it can last 1, 2, sometimes 3 hours. A lot of survivors notice the emotional change even the next morning. They woke up and they think, wait a minute, it just all starts to become very, very clear, all the things that they heard. But there is so much healing in the moment for the men who batter. For a survivor, they report feelings of empowerment, healing, and freedom. I don't feel like I'm crazy anymore has probably been said after 85% of the dialogues. So much healing in the moment. For the offender, there's a move towards integrity and a reduction of the toxic shame. Instead, we see an increase in empathy and remorse. So we have all this healing going on, right? And he couldn't find a way to represent empathy, so we have a little heart, so just kind of roll with that. So they have empathy and compassion. It is the most beautiful experience to witness, because you see two people who are both been through a horrific account have compassion for each other. There's a lot of tears, and we don't ever really talk about forgiveness, but it's amazing how many of the men who batter at the very end say, you're not going to hear it from your husband, but I just want to say I'm really sorry that happened to you. It's the most, I get chill bumps even just talking about it, because it is so powerful to hear that. And so many of our survivors say, my husband will never say that to me. But being able to hear that from someone else who has been there carry so much weight, and it's just so important. And then they never see each other again. There they go. It's just talking. That's absolutely, I mean, that really is what it is. It's just two human beings in a room having a discussion. So now, I know that there's got to be a lot of questions kind of raging through the head, but I'm first going to start and do a little bit of myth busting, because we have a lot of myths out there about what surrounds restorative justice and domestic violence. So, the belief. This will give survivors a false impression of how dangerous offenders actually are. The opposite is true. We actually see the opposite because we see survivors recognizing the minimization in the moment that they're there. They report that this experience of recognition is very empowering. One of the things that keep relationship going are the mind games that are being played. So to hear someone admit, oh, when she was talking, I would stand up and walk out of the room on purpose, and she would call me on it, and I would deny it because I knew that it drove her crazy. And so for a survivor, they're sitting there and they're like, so you did know what you were doing? Oh yeah, absolutely. I did it on purpose because I knew that would throw her off her game. Well, to have someone admit that and say, my husband did the exact same things, he's like, I don't know your husband, but if it were me, I did it on purpose, just to make you crazy. To know that, and again, your inner voice was telling you that he did know what he was doing, so again, relying on that inner voice is so powerful. Another belief, it will traumatize survivors to talk about their abuse. It's very difficult. I'm not going to be lied about that at all. It's transformative. Usually start out a little bit frozen, but at the end they have an unexpected quality. Again, we see the opposite to be true, that it'll traumatize them. It's difficult for survivors to talk about their abuse and let they seem to transform. A survivor will start out very dysregulated and then by the end of the conversation, she looks physically different. Specifically, peaceful and a lot more confident. The survivor often shows an unexpected and unique quality. For some survivors, their flavor is compassion. For others, it's the ability to challenge an offender on their minimization in a way that they know that it's been heard. If she only heard the right explanation from the professional in the DV field, that she would feel better. Nope, she listens to the offender. Absolutely. After a dialogue, I had one of the counselors and the survivor come in the room, and the counselor said, but I just want to understand so I can be a better counselor. What did he say to you that I have not said? She said, nothing. She said, well then why? She said, because it came from the mouth of someone that perpetuated the same sort of evil as my ex-husband, it carried a lot more weight. You're supposed to make me feel better. The guy sitting across to me owed me nothing. But again, counseling is important because she knew what to ask and she was able to figure it out. So counseling is critical and key, but this piece of the puzzle for many is critical as well. She asked questions about A, B, or C abuse. Since my client hasn't done that, the dialogue will be a disaster and she won't get what she's looking for. Nope. Again, the opposite is true. One of the survivors asked, have you ever used religion to justify your abuse? He said, no, I haven't. For me, I always used alcohol and marijuana to justify, we are in Oregon, to justify my abuse. It helped me to avoid the discomfort and not face what I was doing. You could have expected the survivor to look disappointed, but she actually seemed to gain peace from that word. Why? Because it didn't matter the vehicle that he used, but the fact that he used one that justified her belief. Okay, he volunteered, but he won't do a good job. Nope. He did better than I thought he would, and he made more progress than he did in his BIP class. Matt, our program director, also still runs some batterer intervention programs because he wants to kind of keep his toe over there. And he gave the example that so many of the dialogues go so much better for his clients and how shocked he is. So, for example, he said in one of the dialogues, she said, have you apologized to her? He said, no. She said, well, you think you should? No. Well, maybe. Yeah, I should. He said, it would have taken me months in counseling in the BIP program to get where she got him to in less than a minute. The issues are too charged to have a respectful dialogue. Nope, opposite again is true. It's the professionals in the DV field who have had no direct experience with our dialogues that can sometimes be disrespectful. There has actually, and I will honestly say, not one crossword during any of our dialogues. The issues discussed are amazingly painful, but the participants are respectful and compassionate. In fact, most of the women have said they will walk into that room and they said, I am angry at him, and I am loaded for bear. And then they walk in the room and they see someone sitting there terrified because they know she has every right to be angry with him and to come in loaded for bear. And they say, I look across that table and I think, if I yell at him, he's going to clam up and I'm not going to get the answers that I want. And then they realize, afterwards how beneficial it was for them to just talk to them. And then afterwards they say, if I had gone in there and not given him the opportunity to be honest with me, I would not have gotten that gift. As I say, the only disrespect that we've had is from some in the DV field, and again, I think it's intent that they just don't understand. We get yelled at a whole lot, even still from local people. This has been going on for 15 years, and we still get yelled at in Oregon about the program that we do. I've also been told that this is a waste of time because, as you saw, there were only 2 people in that room. So it's a waste of time, is what I've been told. Nope, it's not a waste of time. It's not a waste of effort. And I respectfully agree because I'm right. The 2 people, the domino effect that comes from those 2 people in the room is huge. Their children will see them change. Their children will grow up and see a survivor who's able to articulate, wow, this is what your dad was doing to us. And you see a man who batters go home and tell the children, I shouldn't have done that to your mother. I now realize what I did when I was abusing her in front of you and the things that I've said to you. Generational. It's stopping. It's breaking the cycle. Sure, it's a great talk, but things don't go back to normal after the dialogue happens. Nope, change happens. We're actually partnering with Portland State University to try to answer some of the statistical questions. One of the things, Carol Dieter did some work, who's an art therapist, and I'm very, art therapy, okay, that's great, whatever. I am now such a convert and a believer in art therapy because this is what she did. So she asked the women, draw yourselves in rain. So this woman drew, she's pleasant, smiling, huge raindrops all around. After the dialogue, she drew herself with an umbrella. She is taking up most of the page. The raindrops are very small, and she's got a huge smile on her face. Next was a woman who drew herself very tiny again, huge raindrops, black cloud over her head. And then the next picture, she's dancing in the rain. There's sunlight up above, which we do have sun and rain at the same time in Oregon, and the raindrops are very little. That to me is, she said, this is how I feel. That's huge. Okay, the belief that it will not work within my cultural group. I can't speak for every single cultural group, obviously, but individual members of majority of the cultural groups have already participated in dialogues. And each dialogue has their unique flavor, so I predict that the flavor of a dialogue will be influenced by the backgrounds of the people there. We had, and a lot of the things are our own stuff. We actually had a dialogue that happened where, the survivor said, okay, I'll tell my story first. It was a Native American dialogue. She started to tell her story, and an hour and 20 minutes later, she was through telling her story. And I'm sitting there thinking, this poor guy is sitting there for an hour and a half listening to this. And, he's got to just feel very, well, then he started talking. 50 minutes later, he finished telling his story, and he recounted and answered all of the questions that she had said in her hour and 20 minutes. They asked each other one question, and then they were done. And afterwards, I was like, storytelling, of course. That was my stuff that I didn't get what was going on in the dialogue. But in the Native American culture of storytelling, that's how it is. And she was older. And so the respect that he showed was listening to his elder tell the story. It was quite beautiful after I realized what I was missing. Again, my stuff. And your stuff will come up, and it's good to always check that. And what's important is if they ask, so we do have, we've had a Latina woman who asked for a Latino man because she said there were cultural issues. A lot of things because of the Catholicism and his family, she felt that his family kept the domestic violence going. And she said, culturally, I felt like it was a whole family thing. So she said, I just wanted to talk to someone to see if it was his experience. And they were able to relate on that level, something that someone who's not in the culture would have been able to. So having culturally specific, I think, is so important, but you just need to ask, what do you want? What are your needs? What are you looking for? There must be some kind of negative to the dialogues. Honestly, have not come up with one yet. Still searching. Not that kind of doctor, don't show me anything gross, but I do try and practice the do not harm. And I'll tell you, and I don't know if Dr. Umbright remembers this, but it changed my life, so I do. But he was speaking at a conference in Portland, Oregon, and I had just given birth, I think, 2 weeks before to my oldest son, who's about to be 16, and I'm terrified of that. And so I had a homemade brochure, and I told my husband, I said, I was very sick. I was meant to have children, just not to have them. So I was still on bed rest, but I said, I've got to. I really have to go meet this man because I've read all of his stuff and he's just phenomenal. So I went and so my husband drove me over and I'm sitting outside. He came down and I handed him my homemade brochure and I said, tell me why this won't work. And he said, what? I said, I don't ever want to hurt anyone. Just tell me why this won't work. He ended up coming out, what was it, a year later, doing our first dialogues, and they've been going ever since. So thank you. Good man. Survivors of, okay, but what does cause the harm? Survivors of domestic violence have been told for years by their abuser, you can't do anything. This approach, again, tells them what to do, and it perpetuates that they cannot do things on their own. Telling survivors that they cannot do something is very harmful. If I tell you that there's nothing that you could have done, it just sort of leaves me to think, what, that things just happened to me. Next time I'm facing an abusive person, I'll just think, oh, it's not my fault. Things just kind of happened to me. That's not good. That's not what you do. You need to be able to say, his actions are absolutely not your fault. The violence that are against you is not your fault. Nothing excuses him from hitting you. However, you can play a role. Therefore, the next time your boyfriend starts yelling over something small, throws something at you, hit the wall, you get out before you have too much invested. You can play a part in how it ends. You can have control over your future. It's true that they played no part in the violent part of the situation, but to say that they played no role gives them zero power. That's not positive. It can't help. Telling someone that they have no power is never the answer. I often use, my office, we call ourselves the metaphor kids because we always talk in metaphors, taking it out of situations. But we always say it's kind of like if someone's driving by your house daily and they end up pitching out their Coke cans every single day as they go driving by, and you go out and you clean it up, and your neighbor comes over, they have two choices. They can either say, here, let's clean it up. I'm so sorry that's happening to you. But you do know this is not your fault at all. Of course it's not their fault. But how does that empower them? What empowers them is, you know what? You go ahead and clean this up. I'm going to go find out who did it, and they need to come back and help us clean up, and let's explain to them what's going on and how this is hurting you on a daily basis. That's giving someone a voice that didn't know what to do about this person littering. Again, very different scenario, but you kind of see how the different approaches work. Giving survivors the tools and the freedom to explore their healing way in the way that they want to is at the basis of DVSD. And we've taken a lot of heat about that. As you said, the devil comment. Yeah, I listen to them. And I have many women in shelter saying to me, I just wish that I could have asked X, Y, and Z. And who's an expert in going through? Their offender. So if she's curious about the questions, the safer person, I believe, the step that should come before any sort of couples counseling would be surrogacy, just to help clear it out. Now for the fun part. Theories and explaining why DSD works. It's time to geek. So some of the reasons that the surrogates worked. Transference and countertransference. Transference is when someone transfers their feelings that they have upon someone else onto another person. In a therapeutic relationship, a counselor can use this transference experience to help the client process the change and can aid the client in understanding himself or herself better. Countertransference occurs when someone says something and then you trigger something from their past and then they respond back to you and trigger something from your past. And so that's kind of the dialogue part and having a surrogate. It's, you have that commonality of the abuse that happened, no matter what kind. Therapeutic communications. Clients sometimes say that they've been through years of counseling and support and have been educated and are fully aware of the dynamics of domestic violence and batterer warning signs, yet they still repeat the same patterns of abuse and experience them year after year. The concept in psychology says that if a person's been abused by a parent or had an issue with that parent in childhood, they subconsciously choose partners to help them work it out. And that's obviously going to fail because their partner is not aware of this sort of relationship. So then the counselor versus surrogate. A counselor can help with this, so can a surrogate. If they're aware of the process and what their role is, rather than do the former partners in all the failed relationships, the closer the counselor or the surrogate is to the dynamics that the client has experienced, the more successful that client can be in working through all that transference. In counseling, the therapist can become a surrogate that helps someone work through their experience, while in a surrogate dialogue or the survivor impact panels, a person who's been a batterer but is now accountable is the person that can help the survivor on a different level, a deeper level, feel understood. So in the same vein, for the men and women who batter, there's so many ways. When you abuse someone, you build up this wall and you dehumanize them. So for a man who batters, the same way, across from them, a survivor is saying things to them, but they don't hear it. So many times, for the very first time, they actually hear the effects of their violence because it's a stranger talking to them. And during the dialogues, many times, the support person is sitting next to the man who batters, and he'll say, "Oh my God, he did that to you?" And the counselor will say, you know you did that. He went, oh my God. So it is as if they're hearing for the first time the effects. It's eye-opening, and it is life-changing. Okay, once again, they've never met, and they never meet again. Although one survivor, we say it's confidential. We say, this is not an ongoing therapeutic relationship between the two people. That is not, we're not dating, we're not doing any of that. So we say it's confidential, get all your questions in this room, and then you can go on knowing that nothing will be discussed. It's all very confidential. But I will say one of our survivors, and actually this came from the man who batters, went back and told Matt, because he happened to be going to the same batter intervention program. He said, the woman I was in a dialogue with was at Fred Meyer, which is our local grocery store. And he said, I was walking down the aisle and I saw her and she saw me. And he said, she ran over and she said, "I just want you to know that you changed my life." Turned around and walked away. Oh, it's amazing. But DV is a very different kind of crime. And so that's why we take the victim offender mediation work and have adapted it. So in other sorts of crimes, so what makes it different? So most victims in other crimes do not hesitate to report the crime. Victims may be reluctant in domestic violence to report because they believe they're to blame, are ashamed that such violence occurs in their home, or they hope to protect the offender and the sanctity of the family. As you heard yesterday, they were saying, it's so complex, right? It's not just, oh, he hit me, I'm gonna leave. Okay, where's your job, where's your house, where's your money, there's so much deeper and so much more intertwined. Additional penalties for threatening a victim or witnesses usually deters retaliation in normal crimes. Since domestic violence is about power and control, a victim taking action against an offender can result in aggression. Crime results in either physical or financial loss. Loss is pervasive, verbal, emotional, physical, sexual, spiritual, financial. The crime is episodic. This one, it's cycling and ongoing. Community is sympathetic to the victim's fight. Communities are very critical of survivors of domestic violence. I'll just skip down. Conviction rarely involves mandatory treatment. Conviction results in mandatory treatment many of the times. And that's, as I've said, that's where we get our clients who come in. Let's move on. Okay, surrogates. Once again, they've never met and they'll never meet again. So they're able to seek, it's a safe way to ask questions from a person that is normally unsafe in their own situation. It feels safer to be honest to someone who is a stranger a lot of the time. There's no pre-established signals to say a certain topic is off limits, no future retaliation, and they're more free to confess to a stranger. Fear that survivors will assume that her ex-partner will make the same changes as her dialogue partner, again, are unfounded. Fear that the differences between participants will make the dialogue difficult is also, again, unfounded. Let's see. Modifications to traditional restorative justice. It's not unheard of for participants in other restorative justice crimes to stay connected afterwards. In contrast, with DVSD, there's not a continued relationship after the dialogue. Usually the stakeholders, the police, teachers, family members, etc., from all over the community can be involved in RJ dialogues to speak about how they're affected. In contrast, we only have the two people in the room speak about the effects. Restorative justice is sometimes used as an alternative sanction. Our dialogues are totally voluntary. Now, the survivor impact panels, which I'll talk about in just a quick second, are mandated. They do have to, again, be referred by a counselor. Offenders say that restorative justice is actually a lot harder than going out and having any kind of retributive justice sanctions. Honest answers are his only indirect amends. Okay, survivor impact panels. So this is like dialogue on steroids. We have 3 survivors of domestic violence talking to a room of men and women who are going through a batterer intervention program. There's usually 25 to 30 people. So the 3 survivors tell their stories and of the effects of violence that happens on them. And we actually invite community members sometimes, and we're opening these up to larger groups because everyone who's ever witnessed one comes out changed. We do have a probation officer in there, and that's honestly and truly for sleep patrol. Because you do have a couple of the guys that don't want to be there, or they might have come in and had something to drink beforehand to get up the courage to come in, and so they'll fall asleep. So basically it's the probation officer saying, you know, wake up. Reactions after the dialogues and the panels. I've had a chance to interview participants after the sessions, and the overwhelming response from both survivors and offenders have been positive. For some, it's been that these offenders owned up to what they had done and admitted the manipulative actions that they had to their victims. For them, they were actually able to say, I wasn't crazy, he was doing that, and my instincts told me what he was doing. But he always denied it. The funny thing is that they've all said they didn't say anything new, as I said before, as they'd heard in counseling, but it's just from the source. For offenders, they say they were actually able to hear what's been going on. And for those people who like statistics, I don't, so I'm going to go through this one quickly. Out of 600 plus attendees for over 5 years, about 5 years ago, we finally started doing evaluation forms. Questionnaire satisfaction from 0 to 5, 5 being the best, overwhelmingly, the mean responses hover around 4 to 5. The highest mean responses, though not statistically different from any of the other means, were in response to the following questions. I feel more convinced that the abuse and control is harmful in relationships. I feel more understanding about what survivors of domestic violence experience. The presentations help me understand the long-term effects of my abuse on others. I feel I can take more responsibility for my abusive behaviors and learn healthier behaviors. I better understand how partner abuse can be harmful to the children in my life. That's pretty good results. I have a lot of quotes, but not a lot of time, so if you want some quotes, I'll give you that. Because I do want to get to questions if anyone has anything. Okay, so we are moving on up. And for those of you who don't know who this is, there's somebody walking up the stairs. I realize how old I am sometimes when I do this. So, DVSDs, here's where we are going. So we are starting our survivor impact panels at 2 state universities in Oregon, Portland State University and Oregon State, because we want to move into prevention. We want to do this with athletes, because so many of the athletes, and I have nothing against athletes, I think athletes are great. My husband works at Nike, we applaud athletes. What athletes have is a lot of people not telling them no. And so they get into a different sort of mindset. So what we need to do, again, as I was mentioning yesterday, is come up with that solid black line of what's acceptable behavior, what's not acceptable behavior. Doesn't matter if you've been drinking or smoking pot. Doesn't matter. Here's where OSU's solid black and orange line is. It's the way that we're going to be presenting it starting in a couple months. We also want to do this in fraternities and sororities as well, with the thought process being, but for both the fraternities and the sororities to sit there and say, wow, I don't talk to my girlfriend that way, but my buddy does. So they can learn to spot it and help their friends say, you shouldn't talk to her like that. That's really kind of abusive what you just said. And then for the same thing with the sororities, I see my girlfriend talking to her boyfriend this way, and it's not acceptable. Or I see her boyfriend talking to her. Or they can obviously identify themselves. And the community at large. And just to reiterate the point that we listed, I don't have time to show a video. That's okay. So we have not always been the darlings of the ball, as you can see, but it's very rooted in research, and we're very, very excited about the changes that we've seen in the participants' lives. And I had one survivor say this: after I participated in a DVSD dialogue session, I planted a willow tree in my yard. As it represents who I am, I will bend, but I will not break. And that's what keeps me going. All right. Done. Okay, so I have about 9 minutes left, I think. The video? No, that's okay. Thank you. I'm going to skip it. We have a video. It's online if you all want to see it. And because I know that it's great hearing me sit there and say, oh, the survivor say this, and all the participants say this. But if you go on dvsdprogram.com, you can see the videos of the survivors and the people that actually attend the panels saying it for themselves, because I don't need to speak for them.
So if you want to ask questions, you all have these black little round balls in front of you. If you're sitting on the seat, push down on the panel in front of it, which will help project your questions. If you would repeat the question when people ask. And if you're in the back, we've got a microphone that we brought to you. So we're going to open up for questions to Carrie.
Hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Feel free to ignore this if you said this in the beginning. I came in a little bit late. But I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about the two facilitators and how they work together in the dialogues, in the surrogate dialogues.
Absolutely. I guess you have a microphone, so I don't need to repeat. So the two facilitators, the reason that our goal is to have a male and female facilitator in the room is because so many of the people that are in social work and so many of the counselors are women. And like I said, the majority of the batterer intervention programs cater to men. So most of the offender participants that are in the room are men, and you've got a support person that's a woman, the survivor that's a woman, their support person that's a woman, and then you have, if you had both as facilitators as women, it's just kind of balances the room slightly. And for the male facilitators are in the room, I know Matt says a lot of the time, as he's sitting there, he'll say something that's gender related, the offender participant will say something that's gender related, and he'll look at Matt. And Matt will, just kind of shake his head and be like, okay, we've got someone who understands me a little bit. So it just kind of does that in the room. It's not always possible, and the conversations still go well, but we do think about that and try it as much as possible. The facilitators are in the room actually are silent. They hold the space. They hold the space in a very respectful way. They're there in case anything does go wrong, or if a survivor does say something about, I want to ask you a question about this. Oh, wait, hold on, and starts in another direction. If there's a pause, then the facilitator might say, did you have a question about X? Oh, right. And so they'll go back and they'll do that. They also call for breaks. We automatically do one break in the middle, because once you step out of the situation, and the counselor will be able to, or the support person will say, okay, did you get all your questions answered? Oh, actually, no, I didn't. I'm going to go back and ask this one. And the support people also, they have a lot of nonverbal cues to be able to leave. So if a survivor, like we had one situation where a survivor said, I don't want to talk about my childhood. I was sexually abused as a child. I don't feel comfortable sharing that information with him. I just want to talk about the adult abuse. So the counselor knew that. So as they were talking, he opened up about his childhood abuse. And she started talking about her childhood abuse. So the support person said, I'm so sorry, way too much coffee. Can I just call a break right now? And they go out in the hallway, and she said, do you want to talk about this? And she said, you know what? I feel safe. He's hearing me. I like what so no, I'm comfortable doing that. So it's someone else to kind of check in. Because, as you get to talking, sometimes your mouth gets ahead of where you are, especially if you're talking about traumatic experiences. So it's someone else in the room watching you. That's why we have a support person for each. So they're clued in on them. And then the facilitators, as I say, call for the breaks and just kind of help hold the entire space. And I will say, during one of the breaks, we had, where it was happening in Hillsborough was, Oregon, was like this place right here, and it was like kind of in the middle, very close to a strip mall. And one of the women during the break, the survivor got up, she said, I need about 20 minutes. And we're like, Okay. She ran across the street, chopped 9 inches off of her hair, and came back in. And we're all like, what? What did you just do? And she said, I feel so much lighter. Everyone needs to see the weights that's gone from me. So, yeah, so that's what the facilitators and the support people kind of do in the room. Yes? How is the program funded? Not well. The dialogues we do for free. The survivor impact panels, the people that attend pay $30 to come. So those are paid for because we do give a gift to the panelists for them to speak because they are traveling and taking some time. So they usually get a grocery store gift card. So we're not paying them. And then we have, so we have 2 fundraisers a year that we do, private donations. I don't take a salary yet, one day, and I have this friend over here who is going to talk to me about funding opportunities, because it was, and to be honest with you, and this has been, again, 15 years ago, but I did call some national domestic violence groups and was verbally assaulted myself about getting funding from them. So I didn't take funding from anyone, and I am in a position where we were able to fund it, because there's not that much overhead costs in doing the dialogues. And so we personally funded it for about 12 years. And then for the past few years, people are finally starting to say, oh, wait a minute, this is actually working. You're still around here. I guess we need to start listening. And we've started getting some grants, small ones, but that's okay. We'll take it. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
What kind of data does your group or others like it have around recidivism of the surrogates that go through a program like this? Crimes.
You're asking about recidivism rates?
Correct.
We have a hard time with recidivism rates because of the way that the statistics are done in the Multnomah and Washington County and Columbia County, because we're mandated in 4 counties right now, and with, like I said, our new governor, we're hoping to be the entire state by this time next year. Woo. But they don't parcel out domestic violence with other crimes, and so it makes it very hard because statistically you can look, and if someone might not be committing domestic violence, however, they might have just, done something else, and so we don't have the recidivism rates. And as I was saying, it also depends. Domestic violence is such a gamut, and so many domestic violence acts aren't illegal. Calling your wife a fat pig isn't illegal. It's abusive. Spiritual abuse is not illegal. But saying, your church family is going to look down on you because you're not a very good wife. Our pastor won't believe you. And so much abuse isn't illegal. So that's the hard thing. So that's why, as I was saying yesterday, I would love to do a study, mimicking one that was done about the rates talking to their partners. That to me would be a genuine one rather than any kind of data coming from the counties. Yes, sir.
So I get the tension with the issue. Have you tried doing this with victims, surrogates, and offender participants? The other side of the...
Oh, for the survivor impact panels?
Is that what the survivor... No, for these dialogues where you have... So the person...
Well, they're both surrogates. So it's not their offender and it's not their victim. So the surrogacy comes from both sides. But for our survivor impact panels, we actually, for what we're going to be doing for the athletes and for the fraternities and sororities, we do have 2 men who batter who have said, I want to give back, I want to stop, I want to help other people not go down the path. So we will have 2 survivors and possibly 2 of the men who have gone through. And I will also say, and this I think kind of speaks to the to the panels, 2 of our panelists that we have right now are wives of men who attended the panels. And they said they saw the change in their spouse after he came home. They said they saw what an impact going to a panel had, so they joined up. And so, that to me speaks volumes about the effects of actually hearing it. Yeah. It's 10:15. Yes, right there.
What is the preparation process and timeline for the dialogues?
The preparation process takes anywhere, it depends on the survivors, and it depends on, the men who batter are pretty much, they're in their 26-week counseling, and they're recommended saying, okay, they're good to go. Well, it's actually, look, excuse me, the battery intervention program is much longer than 26 weeks, but at 26 weeks, they get referred for the panels. And then just as their counselor that they're seeing on a weekly basis determines, okay, this person, they get it, they want to change, they're open to hearing, that's when they're referred. For the survivor side, it can take anywhere from a month to a year. We have a lot of cancellations because they're terrified. It's a very scary thought, because especially if you've been, attacked and beaten by someone, to think, I'm going to be sitting across the room from this person. And then afterwards, inevitably, they say, why did I take so long? And during the group counseling sessions afterwards, that's where we get a lot of clients as well, is the women go back to their groups and say, oh my gosh, this is what it did for me. They hear the questions, and the women are like, did you ask him this? Yes, I did. So they share the answers that way. So again, more than 2 people in the room, they're spreading what they heard. And the same thing with the battery intervention program. They always know when somebody comes to a panel or has come and done a dialogue, because the next week they give them time to speak about what they heard and how it impacted them.
Please thank Carrie for this wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you. I am so thrilled to have Carrie here. I've heard about her program for years, so it's really been wonderful having her, and she will talk again at the end of the day, reflecting on the day. We have a 15-minute break. The restrooms are behind the elevators. Coffee, chance to talk. Please be back at 10:30, and we'll resume with our next speaker. Thank you. If people could take their seats, we'd like to stay on time. We've got a action-packed agenda today, so please take your seats. The next presentation is on centering the wisdom, needs, and safety of survivors through restorative justice. The keynote speaker, our second keynote speaker, and some of you had the opportunity to hear her yesterday, is Sujatha Balaga. She is a former victim advocate. Then she turned to be a public defender for a period of time. And she has now devoted her professional career and her personal career to try to provide environments and processes for the safety and well-being of everyone involved, whether it's crime. You'll hear her talk about her work in sort of the criminal justice system generally, and specifically, she will address the issue of family violence. Her current position is Vice President and Director of Restorative Justice Project Impact Justice in Oakland, California. And just as with Carrie, I'm very thrilled to introduce and ask you to welcome Sujatha Balaga.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay in the back? Everything's good with my level of sound. So I want to start by thanking Justice Geske for inviting me. I've been long admiring everything about her. and in particular, as a survivor of child sexual abuse, her willingness to engage with questions of clergy sexual abuse in a way that was opening doors for people to really get at the roots of what is happening. And so this is very close to my heart, and so I'm very grateful for some trailblazing work that's happening there. And I'm particularly grateful to be invited because I think that as a survivor, we need to have the voices of survivors centralized in our work to heal the harms that we are all suffering through. Not in the way that it has been historically done, which is to sort of mine us for our stories in the service of a pre-existing agenda, but rather to see us as not just experts in our own experience, but potentially in a subject matter as well. And so I've often felt that I'm either being trotted out as a survivor where just the story, right, not any ideas about what might one want to do with the wisdom that grows from that story. But also, as an attorney, as someone who's doing work in restorative justice, it's interesting in that this is where things break down a little because we don't really believe in experts in the field of restorative justice, right? Because we're all experts in a sense, and so that's a little bit of a dichotomy there. But that being said, it is wonderful to be invited as someone who brings not just my survivor journey, but what it is that I've learned from my survivor journey for the field, the practice, and of restorative justice. So I think a lot about the laws that are named after survivors, Megan's Law, the Adam Walsh Act, right? These are things that are named for people who are no longer with us. And I started thinking about what would it be like if we had the law of the living? What would it look like if there was a Sujata's law? What would my law be, right? What does it look like to build laws around resiliency, around what worked? Why am I here, right? Why am I able to stand here today? What structural things went right? And what can we do to maximize those? And if I looked back at my childhood and I thought about some specific interventions, the first one in particular was an extremely restorative experience. We didn't have language for it back then. But I am extremely blessed that when I would leave home, there was one particular teacher I would stay with, and she brought me back to my parents. And she said, "Why do we think that Sujatha doesn't want to be here? Why is Sujatha leaving?" And she asked us to sit in a circle and to speak each without interrupting the other. And she started with my mother. And my mother had a litany of all the things that are wrong with me, and how easy my sister was and how challenging I was. And then it was my turn to speak. And I was sitting across from my father, and the entire time my mother was speaking, I was getting angrier and angrier. And as I looked at my father, something about her advocacy, my teacher, she didn't even know what was going on, right? I'd never told her, I'd never named it. I looked my father right in the eye, and I said, when it was my turn to speak, I said, I don't know, Anu, why do you think I'm running away? And for the first time in my life, I saw this human who I both loved dearly and was also terrified of feel terror too. He looked terrified. Terrified. And so when I passed the proverbial talking piece to my father, he then started to talk about, well, she wants to go to boarding school, she wants to, I don't know, she's this, she's that, right? Some of the things he said was she's really smart and she doesn't feel valued in her school. Some of the things were positive. Some of the things were following in my mother's train of, I'm difficult. And we never named it. We never said what happened. But he never touched me again. He never touched me again. So that was my first experience with restorative justice, and it hadn't occurred to me that that was restorative justice. And it was back there in the back of my mind somewhere, and somebody asked me in a public dialogue about breaking silence in communities of color around child sexual abuse, did you ever confront, the guy was amazing, he stood up and he said, I don't want to blame you or make you feel like you were supposed to, anybody ever confront the folks who harmed you? And the memory came to my mind, and I said, well, yes, I did. I spoke this for the first time on this panel, right? And I was like, wow, this is the origins of my own personal journey with restorative justice and why I believe that we do need to actually engage in this. When I think about the wisdom of survivors and what we bring to the work, there's something that's often attributed to Gandhiji. I don't know if Gandhi actually said this, and I need to find a direct source for it, because I'm a little bit of a geek, and I want to make sure I'm not passing on things that aren't true. Whether or not he said it, it's a great idea, which is that in any policy that we are creating, we want to think about the last girl. And the image of this is that you go out to the furthest rural Indian village, right, in 1930, whatever, right? And you ask, who's being fed last and least? Who is experiencing the worst experiences that can possibly be experienced in this nation? And if we create policies that are attending to her, then we will definitively be taking care of all of the rest of us. All of the rest of us will get attended to. And so it's not thinking about, so for example, in this country, thinking about people of color as sort of an add-on side thing, right? But if we really centralize attending to what is happening to folks who are being oppressed on numerous levels, right? And folks who have community-based wisdom about how to heal things, we'll all benefit from that. We'll all benefit from that. And so that's a piece of what brings me to restorative justice, too. So, I want to also take a moment to be extremely grateful to the indigenous people of this land. I feel like it's important to name that everywhere I go. I know that the state had its own trail of tears, and it's important to name that both in what's lost and also in what we've still had the blessing of receiving in the restorative justice community in particular. We don't name it. We talk a lot about the Mennonite roots of restorative justice, which are also true. And the sort of roots of restorative justice exist in all of our communities, no matter where we've come from, right? In all our faith traditions and all our spiritual journeys, when we tap into who we are, at the core of our being, restorative justice is there, no matter where we've come from or what our journeys to this land have been. That being said, I feel like it's particularly important to name that peacemaking circles and family group conferencing, these are things that come from indigenous people from all over the world that we have the honor and privilege of trying to figure out how to work that in our secular society in America. And so I just want to name that as well. And then just a brief note on self-care, particularly in relationship to those of us who are survivors, whether it is of historical and structural harm or of sexual harm, intimate partner violence. We're all in the room today. It's trying times. We're talking about some really tough stuff that was planned long before the events of this week occurred, right? And so I'm noticing, I'm trying to sort of ground myself in my own somatic practices in order to be here. I was trying that yesterday, and I still ended up crying on the panel. And, somebody came up and thanked me afterwards for my vulnerability and said, do you know Brene Brown's work? And it was so great that you were able to be vulnerable. I was like, thanks. I really needed to hear that. I didn't feel terribly professional yesterday, but that's okay. The personal is political, we used to say, right, in the feminist movement. And then the personal became sort of professional, in a sense, for me as restorative justice rolled out. And so it's personal. It's personal for us right now. And so I encourage all of us to do that. One of the particular exercises that I learned in some somatics training is that sometimes, where do you feel your trauma in your body, and can you attend to that, right? Where do you feel it? Put your hands on yourself when you need to. I tend to feel the top of my head is going to blow off right about now. And so, but I said, I don't know if I can give the whole talk like this because I'm feeling. But that's what's going on. And if I see a bunch of you doing this, that's cool. Thank you. I'll be resonating with that. So why do we want to talk about restorative justice in terms of direct dialogue, particularly even with people who are still in the violence? Scary, right? I talked a little bit about the statistics yesterday. 50% of survivors don't contact the system at all. Of the 50% who do, only 20% say they were made safer, right? 80% are being disturbed or made worse by the way we're doing things right now, 80%. So when we're thinking about direct dialogue, these are the people who, while I love surrogacy, and to me, it's like the bedrock and the background that we need to be doing, right? Even to be able to start thinking about what it is that we're doing in the direct dialogue sphere. But our people will see each other again. They're either choosing to stay together, or they've got shared custody, right? And all of these things are real and true. So how, when people are going to stay in community and contact with each other, can we help them remain violence-free? And is there a way restorative justice processes can help with a deeper level of safety planning that involves the wisdom of the people who are in that direct experience? Is it a panacea? Will it happen in every case? Certainly not, and we'll talk about that as well. But it is something that I feel compelled to consider. I also feel compelled to consider it, as I expressed yesterday, even more so in a way that does not necessarily engage the state. Doesn't mean that the state doesn't have a role or can't be engaged, but there needs to be spaces and ways in which the state is not engaged. Why? Because as I shared yesterday, personally, it was the specter of the racism, of the crimmigration CPS cluster muck of where I grew up that caused me to not engage, right? I had no interest in my father being incarcerated. I had no idea what the immigration consequences would have been for my mother, my sister. I didn't want to be put in that home in CPS where everyone knew what was going on in that home, right? No chance that that was going to, and the fact that the state did not intervene in my life is probably a part of why I turned out so great today. So what does it look like for us to acknowledge that that is the reality of many people in this country, right? I think about that in terms of queer survivors, particularly today, where if any part of where the folks who are being named to our administration are people who believe in conversion therapy, imagine why we might not want to contact the state, right? So I also think about it in terms of this rape survivor in Houston, right, who folks may have heard about. Her name is Jenny. She suffers from bipolar disease. She was raped. She was halfway through her testimony against her rapist. She loses it and tries to leave, and they jail her for a month. They jail her for a month through Christmas. She's assaulted while she's jailed, and then as she's fighting back around all this stuff, she's charged with assaulting a guard in her jail. This is the rape survivor, right? So I'm thinking about her in terms of why we have people who are terribly afraid of the state in relationship to the things we've suffered. I'm also thinking about the police officer survivor that I heard from, right? And the many people who share that the young people like Joe Torre, who talks about his father threatening his mother with his service revolver, right? Who are they going to call? Who are they going to call? So these are, and I think there's one particular call that really sticks with me to this day. A woman called me and she said, my husband molested my daughter and he had some anger issues. We separated and we were working towards divorce, but I don't have a job. And I just found out that he's taking full responsibility for what he did. He's owning it, and he wants to sort of help us financially from afar. I just found out I'm dying of cancer, and I'm on his health insurance. And I want my daughter to get therapy. We have to figure out like who she's going to go to because he knows he can't have her, but we need him to not get incarcerated. And she said, I'm afraid to even take my daughter to therapy because I've heard that like they're mandated reporters. And I said, yeah, well, I'm technically a mandated reporter, but you haven't even told me your name yet, so don't worry. And she quickly got off the phone while I was trying to tell her to not get off the phone. And please, and at least promise to call me back next week. And when she got off, I never heard from her again. So what happened to them? What happened to them? I feel that we really need to be thinking about extra state interventions in that way. So there was a comment on one of the pieces of paper that were the comments from yesterday, and there was I didn't realize restorative justice was so opposed to state intervention. It's not necessarily, and we can have restorative justice from pre-adjudication through post-release in the legal context. We can have it in community settings. We can have it in prisons. We can have it as you're exiting prison. My personal interest, because of these things being particularly true in the context of intrafamilial and sexual harm and intimate partner violence, domestic violence, is that we do need an extra state approach to restorative justice as well. So that's just a little bit of where I'm coming from. So in thinking about centering the wisdom, needs, and survivors of restorative justice, I think I talked about this yesterday. We both talked about being sort of exited from the movement. In my early 20s, I was going to spend the rest of my life doing domestic violence work, and I worked in shelters and with a South Asian organization that was working brand new around domestic violence. And in my own questioning, right, and particularly around the negative impacts of criminalization, and I wish I had known Beth Ritchie, who was a friend and wisdom mentor in my work today, right, back then, because she's a little bit older than me, not much. And she was questioning this too. Why are we aligning the movement to end domestic violence with the criminal legal system? And how's that going to land on women of color? So I left, I was exited from the movement because of my continued questions. And interestingly, the thing that upset people off the most was that I also was grappling with forgiveness of my father, who had since passed away, but I was personally ready to let go of my anger, and that was infuriating to movement leaders at the time. They actually said that my talking about forgiveness at all was dangerous, and that I wasn't allowed to talk about it. And so these were the ways in which I was moved on out, and at the same time, my social justice life really began there. And so it is incredibly healing to be invited back, not just in restorative justice spaces, but like state coalitions to end domestic and sexual violence have been inviting me to keynote things. I'm like, really? And I have the same like, somebody gonna throw something at me? Like, what's gonna happen here? And so it's been wonderful and healing to be back with who brought me to this. And so I'm happy to do this dance and to figure out how it is that we dance together. So what's restorative justice? You've heard about it deeply and at length from many speakers. I'll keep this part really brief. Generally speaking, I resonate really deeply with three questions as Howard Zare, my heart mentor in this work, a father figure to me in so many ways. Howard I'm drawn to on a number of levels, but one is he's very humble about the fact that he is the first white man to have graduated from Morehouse. So here's this guy in the early 1960s living in Goshen, Indiana, right, and decides to transfer to Morehouse because he feels like this is the way he needs to humble himself to learn at a deeper level what it is that is happening with racism in America. And so that is really a bedrock thing in the way in which Howard thinks about his work. And I appreciate these 3 questions that Justice Geske had mentioned yesterday. So what questions do we ask about wrongdoing today is what law was broken, who broke it, and how should they be punished? We think about this in school discipline. We think about this in many contexts. Restorative justice asks a very different set of questions. Who's been harmed? What are their needs, and whose obligation is it to meet those needs? So without that last question, as an attorney, I wouldn't be as interested in this model. It'd just be the way I treat everyone when something's gone wrong. Like, what happened, and how can we deal with this? How is this helpful to you, or not helpful to you? What do you need in the wake of whatever has happened? Whose obligation is it to meet those needs is what makes it a justice paradigm, to my mind. So when you look at these side by side, we really get to ask this question, who and what do we attend to with these 2 models, right? And so as a survivor, the centralization and the elevating of the people who were harmed really in the order of these questions is really powerful. As my understanding of harm deepened, particularly after I was exited from the movement and ended up becoming a defense attorney, to originally defend women who were accused of crimes, battered women who were accused of crimes, right? My first job out of law school was the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women, where we were working with defense teams to help women who had either harmed their abusers or had killed their abusers or had committed crimes because of their domestic violence relationship, right? Carrying drugs for their abusers, et cetera, right? But nobody told me when I wanted to drop out of law school my first week of law school, and my criminal law professor said, don't drop out. And I said, well, I came here to be a prosecutor, and I don't even think that's the answer anymore, because I had previously forgiven my father just a few months before that. And he said, don't drop out. You could be a defense attorney who defends women who kill their abusers. And I said, what? That's a job? Like, that's awesome. Nobody told me then that that's not like your whole job. Like, you don't just get to defend women who kill their abusers. You had to defend everybody, right? So like my first public defender job, the first case I was assisting with was a child rape case. Oh. But what I learned from my years as a public defender was that there's not this tidy line we can draw down the center of ourselves or our society or our humanity, where some people are these pure victims. I surely wasn't a pure victim. All of my coping mechanisms, many of them were illegal, right? And folks who do harm, what I came to learn, particularly when I ended up doing death penalty work ultimately, and was doing mitigation stories for guys who had done horrible things and had had horrible, horrible, horrible things done to them. So it's as if we lose our survivor status the minute we do something illegal, right? And that's been the way we treat things in this country. But it is just not a natural understanding or a sane understanding of cause and effect. So what's the big picture? Again, some more thinking from Howard is that crime is primarily a violation of people and interpersonal relationships. Not primarily, it is a violation of people and interpersonal relationships. Not necessarily primarily, right? It's Sujata versus so-and-so, Sujata versus my father, not the state versus my father, right? Those violations create obligations, and the central obligation is as much as possible to do right by the folks you harmed. I will be talking a little bit about a homicide case later that I worked on, and in a teen dating violence case. And obviously, there's nothing that is ever going to bring Anne Gromer back, right? You're not going to be able to make that right. And at the same time, I think a lot about another mentor in my work is the Honorable Justice Yazzie, the former Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. And something that he says that helps me so much is this idea of how do we move forward in a good way? Right? How do we move forward in a good way? And so that really inspires my thinking around this work as well. So one of the primary things that we want to bring to this work in restorative justice is, to my mind, again, how we sort of, in my mind, I separate restorative justice from mediation and models where people decide over, is that we ask for these folks to be neutral. And I don't believe in neutrality. There is no such thing as neutrality, right? All of us bring our lived experiences, our implicit bias, our everything to everything, right? Our knowledge of the situation. So instead of neutrality, I think of equal partiality, that I want to see and hold with equal compassion and a desire for all boats to rise with the tide, both people who've been harmed and the people who are responsible for that harm, and the community in which folks live, right? All of those things all together is where all the goodness is going to come from after something terrible has happened. So I told a little bit about this story yesterday about this teen dating violence case and about this young man who really was like, help me not turn out like my father, right? So and I've shared sort of the value of doing it this way. Just a little bit more about the program itself in terms of our juvenile diversion program that I helped build in Alameda County, and we're trying to replicate that nationally in 10 different places across the country. So those are all crimes, and hopefully we move into the place where after the program's been going for a few years with burglaries and robberies and things of that nature, that people become more and more comfortable, and we develop what is needed in order for it to be safe to do teen dating violence and sexual harm cases, right? And so with the teen dating violence cases that I had the incredible honor of being a part of, it's uniformly true that we get to look at the transgenerational trauma that gave rise to the harm with this young person. And at the same time, that young person is being called to become their best self, right? To be, when people say, well, it's this word restorative, I don't want to be restored to a time in the past. That was a bad time too. We're being restored to who our best selves are. Who are we at our very best? And with the young men that I've seen go through the program, this is really a powerful moment where they wake up to the harm that they've done and to their own redemption. So here I'll just take a little side comment, make a side comment on language and labeling. So in the work that I do, I really try to encourage people to not use any labels. I know it is challenging to have to say people who this and people who that and people, instead of calling folks batterers or offenders or ex-offenders. I think this is important. Another person who's given a lot of wisdom to my work is Eduardo Duran. And he talks a lot about how in his language, not a lot, I've heard him say this, that the words for people are not actually labels, they're more verb-like. So even with something like gender, the way you would translate it is womaning is happening to her. And I find this incredibly powerful because it means that we are not fixed in time, right? There are times when strategically I call myself a victim because it is useful when the victim lobby is asking for more and more punitive laws, and I say, excuse me, I also am a victim, right? But generally speaking, I don't walk around in the world as a victim. For a while I was calling myself a victim, and then I was calling myself a survivor, and then I was calling myself a transcender, but then everybody thought I was saying I was transgendered, and so that wasn't working. Just want to be honest about that. That's not the case. But I do want us to think about the fluidity of identity, right? And a really powerful conversation I had with a survivor of DV once. She was in a wheelchair, and I later learned, she worked with young people. She ran a school for little ones. And I later learned that the reason she was not wheelchair is because her boyfriend ran over her with a car. And I asked her, I was like, and her story is amazing. And she passed from cancer a couple years ago before I could go deeper into talking with her about, we need to get your story out there. We need to get your story out there. And I said, but I don't even know how to write your story because I know that you don't want to you don't want me to label you as a victim, survivor. And I said, what do you think about this transcender word? And she said, even that, Sujata, leaves the locus of my identity with the thing that was done. She said, I really just think of myself as an experiencer. And she said, I experienced being run over by that car, and I'm experiencing this cup of tea with you right now. I was like, okay, that's totally enlightened, and that's where we all want to be getting. And so if I stick us in a victim or an offender box or whatever, we're going to, this is the way I talk about when I go and I do surrogacy work inside the jails and prisons, and I talk about my survivor journey, and I say, if you keep calling yourself that batterer or that offender or that whatever, you're going to keep behaving like that, right? What does it mean for us to both acknowledge what we have done without leaving ourselves stuck in this box? So it's a plea to us as a community to start to move beyond those words without naming it, right? And it is also keeps returning to the behavior. You are someone who has battered, right? Is like, it's almost like you get this free pass by being the batterer, right? And so I want us to consider moving beyond those labels. So So again, in the teen dating violence cases, we do a lot of exercise. There's a lot of prep on both sides to get people ready to be in that room together. And safety planning has to be a huge part of the prep, right? Even more so than generally speaking, we want to be sure that everybody coming together is going to be safe. I think we have this bad habit of thinking of domestic violence, intimate partner violence as particularly dangerous. The same is true with folks who are in rival gangs, right? Everybody's like, you got to shake everybody down before they come in that room. I'm like, or we did really, really, really good prep, and then we're going to bring people together, right? And that prep means feeling really confident as the facilitator that you're not going to be putting people in a position to be re-victimized. And so to that end, I think we need to be really thinking carefully about who is going to be facilitating restorative justice processes with particular crimes, right? In the beginning, I was always like, don't do this at home. Right? Like nobody do this. Don't do hate crimes. Don't do domestic violence. Don't do sexual harm. Do not do stalking. Never. Right? Like don't do it. And now I've had to change my tune in part because I keep getting calls from survivors being like, help me, and I can't call the police. Right? Oh boy. Okay. So then now what do we do? And so I'm hoping that's the wisdom of the room that helps us move forward in a good way. I think I may have also talked a little bit about a sexual harm case where the young man woke up, or I might have been talking about it at dinner last night. I think one of the most powerful things about one of the sexual harm cases that I worked on was this young woman, somebody let me know if I told this story yesterday. She was really afraid to be in the room, she didn't want to do it, and then she decided that she wanted to do it, but she wasn't going to do any of the talking, and her mother was going to do the talking. And so the minute we get in the room, before I even get through the preamble, right, and I also have a very hands-off facilitator approach, right? Basically, I'm silent. Shocking, I know, that the two of us actually work in programs where the model is pretty much silent facilitation. We talk a lot in prep, I bet, right? So I'm trying to do that little bitty preamble part about remembering the guidelines and the rules for how we're going to operate together, and she just launches into him. She'd said her mother was going to do all the talking, she was just going to listen, and she just launched, right? And it was incredibly powerful. At one point in this amazing soliloquy that she was going off about what had happened. She said, we were friends. Right? She's 15, he just turned 18. So we got the case right before it would have not been eligible for the program. And she said, we were friends. What were you thinking? What were you thinking? And he looks at me and he says, I'm not allowed to say what I was thinking. And she said, what do you mean? She said, well, she told me I'm not allowed to say anything that would re-victimize you, and the things that I was thinking would, if I told you that would re-victimize you. And she said, I don't care what she said you aren't allowed to say. What were you thinking? And he's looking at me, and I was like, well, she wants to know, right? So I said, so understanding that you may hear things that are really hard to hear, I'm not here to stop you guys from having this conversation. His mother is sitting next to him, his sister is sitting on the other, his younger sister sitting on the other side, and it's her mother is there supporting her. And we have two facilitators. And so he says, he's really nervous, and he looks at his mom, and he's like, it's really hard to say. She's like, just say it, just say it. And he says, well, I thought you were into me. And she turns beet red, and she doesn't deny it. She says, well, what does that have to do with anything? And then she gets her anger back on. She's like, actually, what does that have to do with anything, right? And he said, well, you're such a good girl. You had to fight the first time, right? And his mother jumps in and says, this is why I brought you to his sister. So she's talking to his sister now. His own mother, she says, so that nice boys, even nice boys like your brother, think crazy things like this. And the conversation that ensued between everyone was not one that shamed and blamed him. There was a, you should have known better. And she was like, when I was pushing your hands away, that was no. And when I was crying, that was no. And when I was saying, I'm not that kind of girl, that was no. That was no. And she was teaching him what no means. And she was finding her voice. She was finding her voice. And I literally watched his light bulbs turn on. We heard from him later. He started writing all his so he agreed to never go back to school, to graduate by doing an out-of-school thing. The school agreed not to expel him, which it was technically required to do. He did not get prosecuted. He was going to be put on the sex offender registry for life, right? None of that happened to him. And he basically agreed to everything she wanted, which meant don't come to school for the rest of the school year, clean up my reputation, fix that thing on Snapchat that everyone said that I was exaggerating. Like, he followed through with every part, and we followed through with him to make sure that he did. And what was awesome was a few months later when he got to go to college, which was, he was going to be the first person in his family to go. He told me that he was getting involved in this thing called Consent is Sexy workshops. And that he had this huge wake up about what it means to have somebody actually be into what it is that you're doing with them instead of doing to them. And that this was a growth area for him. So I feel really confident that that young man is never going to do sexual harm again. I feel more confident about him than I feel about most young men, unfortunately, right? And so that's a little bit about what it is that we get to do. There's a plan to repair the harm. It has 4 parts: doing right by your parents, your victim, your community, and yourself. That doing right by yourself part for him was going to take back the night rallies. It was trying to find out more about gender-based violence, right? Gendered violence. So he was, so that's some of what he learned. I'm realizing that I've got a lot to cover in my remaining time. That was what that whoa was about. Okay, so what's been the historical opposition to restorative justice and domestic violence? These are what I call sort of the 3 big feminist fears, and I had them myself, right? And I am squarely identified as a feminist. That victims will lack agency and safety in restorative practices, that restorative justice returns intimate partner violence to the private sphere. We spent 20 years getting police officers to stop saying, you know, walking people around the block and saying, calm down, and, you know, whatever, or saying that's a family matter, right? So will restorative justice return intimate partner violence to the private sphere? And there was also an understanding by some that restorative justice undermines certain feminist theory on causes of violence against women. So this last one I'll address briefly, which is that one of the reasons I exited the movement was because I pushed back a lot on the story that men abuse because they can, and it's the patriarchy and they benefit from it, and batters are bad guys, and period. And I just think that we've learned too much now in our work to continue to hold to this story, right? We understand more about structural oppression, intergenerational trauma, about head injuries, about a lot of things, right? None of this excuses the violence, but it is just understanding the nature of cause and effect. If we don't understand these things, we're not going to solve it. The answer isn't just that it's bad and people do it because they can. Because if that's the answer, we're done for. We're done for. We need better answers than that today. But on the other 2, survivor agency and safety, right? Again, restorative justice is not mediation. Those questions start with the acknowledgement of the harm, and it needs to have an actual acknowledgement of what the harm was. This wasn't bringing 2 people into the middle to sort of work it out in family therapy the way courts used to suggest, right? Violence Against Women Act helped moved us away from that, but to such a strong degree that people are afraid to do restorative justice because of the, you can't get funding if you do anything that's mediation-based or family therapy, all that stuff, right? So it's really important for us to distinguish restorative justice as an accountability model and not a let's talk it out kind of thing, or this is a dynamic in your relationship. Like, we're not doing that, right? Victim-identified needs, again, are at the center of the restorative process, and we have to trust more than we do today that she knows what's going to make her safe. She might need some time around that. It might look different in every circumstance, but we've really got to engage the wisdom of survivors here. That's not just empowering and the right thing to do. It's also pragmatically wiser than what it is that we do today. I can't tell you how many times when I was a victim advocate that I was telling women to do things that were literally making them less safe, right? And they knew. And in retrospect, I should have followed my gut, that I too knew as a kid what was going to keep me safe, right? Another really important part of this is that the self and chosen supporters are enforcers, not the state. And again, there are many ways in which people experience safety, both in their relationship and also in relationship to things like immigration consequences. And so we need to do this intersectionality analysis, right, and understand that people aren't just experiencing life as somebody who is experiencing sexual harm or intimate partner violence. We are also experiencing many other types of oppression, and that safety means thinking about all of it. Another thing about this fear of moving it into the private realm, right? Community-based doesn't mean private, right? When we're having healing circles in the South Asian community around survivors of child sexual abuse, intimate partner violence, et cetera, we need to be talking about it publicly in community, right? And working with these, creating the restorative justice processes, we do have these social work tools of this concentric spheres that we use. People know what I'm talking about, like who are the people closest to you and who are the next round out of people. And then we ask the question as we're filling in that circle for survivors and for the folks who've done the harm, who's got your best interests in mind? Who wants to see you live violence-free? Who wants to help you not do harm anymore? Maybe that's your closest friend, but they really enable the worst stuff that you do. Or maybe that's maybe your mother says that you need to suck it up and deal with abuse just like she did, right? And that a good woman stays, right? Maybe she's not gonna be in the circle, right? That's not the right person for the circle. Or maybe we need to be having separate circles with the women in your family to get on board about the fact that this shouldn't be happening in your family, right? Maybe the women are the biggest enablers of this, and we need to be starting with those circles. So that's about meeting with everybody that comes in the room in advance, really deeply understanding what is the orientation of every single person in this room, and are we really talking about folks who want us to move forward in a good way? Victim offender dialogue models may not have enough people in the room to be catching dynamics, right? And we often think that it's valuable, and I'm loving the idea of domestic violence advocates being some of the people in the room, not to be people who decide for other people, but simply to bring the wisdom of what they have seen from the decades and decades of work that we've done in the movement to this, right? We have to take off our patronizing hats. I have to do this as an attorney, people have to do this as psychologists, whatever it is, and really let the wisdom of the group flow, and at the same time, we have wisdom from what we've learned. We don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, at the same time, not be thinking that it is primarily ours to resolve. So to that end, we want to avoid third-party decider models, community boards, things of that nature. I don't think that's the right approach to restorative justice with domestic violence in particular. It, again, takes away survivor agency. Who are these people, and why should they be deciding what happens? It doesn't feel that different to court than court to me. Again, really just can't stop reiterating this point: increased safety for women unwilling to engage state actors. So really briefly, I'm going to talk about this case. I'd ask you to look up this article. It was in the New York Times a few years ago. If you just Google the words, "Can forgiveness play a role in criminal justice?" This is Connor McBride and Anne Gromer. Connor, they were 19 when Connor took Anne's life. This was just a few weeks before he killed her. They had a lot of difficulty in their relationship that grew into Connor having slapped Anne a couple times. She never even told her sisters, who were her closest friends. One night, after staying up for 2 nights straight fighting, he killed her. This was them at their prom the year before he took her life. I got a call from Howard Zare saying, "Shatha, I'm getting these calls from this mom, Connor's mom, saying that there's this first-degree homicide case in Tallahassee, and would you be willing to take this case on?" And I was like, no, that's crazy. I'm not going to be able to do this case. And it was through actually communication with Connor's mother, who said, "Well, will you at least be willing to speak to the victim's parents?" I said, "I'm not going to cold call these people who just lost their daughter." Right? Just a couple, and I said, "Oh, no, they asked me to reach out to you." And I said, "Wait, you're like," I was like trying to do the timeline here. I was like, "You're talking with the parents of the girl who your son just killed? What?" And she said, "Yeah, and my husband and Michael McBride sit down every Friday for lunch together to figure out how do we move this forward." And just as Yazi's words jumped at moving forward in a good way, I was like, oh my God, I have to help these people somehow. And so we ended up having after months and months of working with the system and everything, figured out how we would do what we call sort of restorative plea conferencing. These are, the Gromers and the McBrides, and we came together with Connor in his jail with victim advocates, with a victim advocate, with the prosecutor, with the defense attorney, Anne's parents, Connor's parents with Connor, and we had what was a 5-hour circle in which we used that to develop the plea deal, right? The DA wasn't ready quite that day to do this. This was mandatory life without the possibility of parole. And the Gromers were asking for less time, but with a certain set of understandings that Connor would be released from jail from time to time in shackles to speak with them at high schools across Florida about taking their daughter's life, right? That he would become a voice for restorative justice and for ending teen dating violence. And Connor's been doing his part. The state of Florida is having a little trouble catching up. But it ended up being a 20-year plea deal, which is unheard of in Florida. I don't think that Connor's race and him being this honor student, et cetera, was no small part of the fact that this occurred. It's a conversation that we need to have about what it looks like for us to get this outcome. One of the hardest things about working on this case was hearing through the grapevine that people, or directly to my face, well, those parents must not love their daughter very much if they'd sit down with him. So I always like to show this picture of Andy at Anne's memorial service. I think this picture says it all. They didn't want a trial because her character would have been eviscerated during that trial. There was a singular defense in this case. And as a former defense attorney, I know it well. It's that she had it coming. Can you imagine the months and months of that these parents would have to go through? Instead, we have a man sitting in a faith-based institution in Florida today, helping other people in there take responsibility for their violence. That is what Connor does inside. He is a beacon of responsibility for what he has done. So to my mind, we moved forward in a good way. We're never going to have Anne back. It was an incredibly brutal 5 hours. Probably the hardest thing that anyone, including the prosecutor, says the hardest thing he's ever done was sitting there listening to the stories. We started with stories about Anne and her life and what was lost. That is how we opened the circle. Who was harmed and what do they need? We let Kate and Andy take all the time they needed, starting with her birth. Can you imagine if this is what our criminal courts look like? Not some little victim impact statement at the end that we don't even follow. You know, the victim said, but I got up there and I got the courage to say it in court and I asked for this and this and this, and they didn't do any of it. Did anybody even prep those people to say, actually, that wasn't a death penalty eligible case, or 20 years was never going to be, or we were actually never going to lock that guy up, or whatever, right? Nobody even, it's a fiction. It's literally a fiction. Victim impact statements are giving some impact. It's an insult to say the word impact when we're not actually going to have any impact, right? It might impact our hearts for a minute and then we just plow right along. So to my mind, centralizing, having the Gromers, working with the Gromers for months to say, what do you want to see happen in this case? How are you harmed? What do you need? What do you want it to look like? Do you want Connor in the room first? Do you want Connor in the room second? Do you need him in shackles? Do you want him not? Well, like what? Everything you need. Everything you need. I hesitate to call this a teen dating violence case when people tell me, because she was gone. This is a very different set of things that we need to think about than if we were to be thinking about it from the perspective of people who continue to be alive, right? The questions of lethality analysis and all of that needs to come into our restorative justice work when we're working with cases where both people are still in community with one another, in connection with one another. But I think that this case says a lot. So really quickly, I just need to name something about child sexual abuse because it is a co-occurrence with domestic violence. If I believed that criminalization would end it, that would be great. We know 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys, we think that second number is off, are sexually abused in this country, right? Of 100 incidents, 10 to 18, depending on the state, get reported at all. Only 6 are prosecuted. 3 are convicted of something, and we all know it's a plea deal down for what's happened, right? So this is not solving the problem. This is not solving the problem. And I think that that's another reason why we need to be thinking about another way. So what are the standards? What should they be in doing restorative justice with domestic violence and with sexual harm, with all of these things, child sexual abuse? Always, 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 always voluntary for survivors, really. And it can't even start to feel a little bit like you should do this, right? Like none of that. It's really driven by the survivors. Next, starting with asking survivors and folks who've harmed what the program should look like. We should use circles as focus groups. Where we're asking survivors, what does this look like to you? What would a safe thing be? We need more than just 40 hours of training on both sides. Don't run out and do this just because you've gotten a DV training and a restorative justice training. Again, peacemakers are not neutral people. We have to have a lot of thinking about safety planning folded in. I think we need to be careful about professionalization because I think certain people are going to become the professionals and others won't, and we'll be losing the wisdom of community folks in doing this work. I wish I had more time for this. I'm sorry, I took too long. But it's really important to think about how we choose cases for restorative justice and whether or not restorative justice ends up being a program just for white folks, right? If a part of our implicit bias causes us to think that certain people are really dangerous batterers, that's going to have race implications. And so we need to think through that very carefully. Should we be doing BIPs before restorative justice dialogues? If so, what kind of BIPs? Surrogacy panels before the dialogue, the direct dialogue, right? The kind of program we were hearing about yesterday. Wow, what an amazing prep that would be for restorative justice dialogue if people should be a part of it. This last point is the most important one. What else? Do we need? You guys have the answers to this. I think it's really important at this point to put things right as the domestic violence movement, to have compassion and accountability for ourselves about the things we've done to go down the wrong road, right? We created this current state of affairs in a sense as victim advocates, as attorneys, definitely. And I want us to have compassion and accountability and a sense of truth and reconciliation in the domestic violence movement about what it means that we married VAWA to the crime bill, et cetera, and what the impacts of that have been. So thank you, and onwards with solidarity.
Well, I want to thank Sujatha for that wonderful presentation, and she's given us a lot of food for thought. She'll be around during the lunch hour if people want to buttonhole her, and she too will also be on the panel this afternoon, sort of doing a reflection, and we'll leave time for questions then. We've got a lot of material to cover in this day, and I think there's been some great thoughts of how it is that we have to think about potential models of restorative justice and domestic violence. One of the hallmarks of these conferences that we've been having for many years at Marquette Law School for restorative justice is to step away for a few minutes from the professionals and the people who work with people and to talk to people and have the opportunity to hear from people who avail themselves of the services, who've walked a journey, who can share their own personal experiences. Like many of the speakers you've heard and I've mentioned, the most memorable parts of learning this work is to hear the direct stories. And so we are very privileged this morning, to have two wonderful presenters, Jason Bennett and Floyd Rowe. And the two of you, if you want to come up. I want to, in a moment, ask you to give them a warm welcome. This takes a great deal of courage. It's one thing for experts to come. And it's another for people to come and share their own personal stories. So I want to begin. They have worked with Terry Sturloff for a long time, and they have shared their stories and their experiences with many people. They have sent many good ripples out into the community, and they have. I'm so appreciative that they were willing to share their stories today. We're going to have each of them talk a little bit, and I'm not going to do any more introduction than I have, because they're going to share with us their own stories and experiences. We'll have an opportunity for me to ask some follow-up questions, and I'm hoping that we can have a few questions from the audience before we leave for lunch. So it's my understanding, Jason, you're going to go first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He filled the short straw. And so I'm going to turn to you, Jason, and have you take us a little bit through your own personal life and your personal experiences.
My name is Jason Bennett, and I'm a cycle breaker. I've heard a lot of good things today in the context of labels and how we label victims and victimizers. I've heard that a lot of victims or survivors, they think of, if I introduce myself as a victimizer, or a convict, a criminal, I automatically place myself into that box. And the person that I'm speaking to automatically goes, ooh, this guy is, either I'm a scary person or I'm somebody who has, done some work. You would never know that if I use any kind of other way to describe myself other than being a cycle breaker, which I've learned over the past few years. There's a lot of people here. I'm kind of nervous. All right, so I had in order for me to be a cycle breaker, I had to experience pain, and I want to introduce to you, going on some of the things that were already spoken on, is intergenerational trauma. I went as far back as my 7th great-grandfather. He was a general in the Revolutionary War. His name was Hendrik Alpemet, and I could start there, and we could tell this story forever because I'm part of a storytelling people. But I will move up a little bit to my great-grandmother, who is Alice Gardner, who is a survivor of a boarding school. She went to Carlisle Indian School. Her parents died during the flu epidemic, and she was orphaned. Now, I never really knew anything about her experiences, and these things weren't talked about. And I was a pretty little kid when she was still around. But I heard recently, I've been watching these documentaries on survivors of boarding schools, the things that happened and took place in boarding schools. And to me, I can't imagine what my great-grandma went through. My great-grandmother ended up having my grandma, who was already nurtured into whatever, like I said, I don't know, it's kind of like a speculation, but whatever trauma that my great-grandma experienced in this type of environment was passed on to my grandma. My grandfathers are all, they've all been to war. They've all, I believe, back then there wasn't anything that described PTSD, but I'm sure that they suffered from that, and the family suffered from that as well. So these two people coming together, creating my, starting my family, my traumatic wave, so to speak. I never knew anything about this growing up. I've been through, I've been in prison for, in and out probably about 14 years. My crimes haven't always been of the violent nature, property nature, and that the last time that I was in prison was for domestic violence. It was battery. It was a pretty severe battery to my wife. This is something for me that when I look at things and I see things, I never could understand. I could never figure out why me? Why do I have this? Nobody could tell me. I've been in to see counselors, prison counselors. I've been evaluated by the state since the time that I was maybe 7 or 8 years old. And people told me that, that, you have an anger problem, and you're probably an alcoholic, and you're probably, you have all these labels that were placed on me. And it still didn't answer the question growing into adulthood as to, why were these things happening? Everybody else can be good in school, have good friends, and why is this me? Mm-hmm. As I grew up, I can remember some of the things that, my father told me about his father. His father was a heavy-handed man. They grew up in, the 50s. My dad was born in 51. There were a lot of gender-specific roles that, at that time, I've heard that, the man does this, the man goes to work, the man is the leader of the household, while the woman stays at home and takes care of the kids, and that's the way my father was raised. And that's the way he kind of carried that over into his family. And not knowing these seeds, these things that were passed on from my great-grandmother all the way into, bringing it into his family, not knowing that these things were just silently being passed on to me. I don't remember ever making that connection as a kid, even as an adult, even up until, coming in contact with the Alma Center. Just never clicked until somebody said, you're a victim of. intergenerational trauma. And that opened a whole, I mean, it was like a bomb going off in my head, and it was just, I've never had that put to me that way. You mean to tell me that this is why I did these things? You know, why didn't somebody tell me this before? I've never heard anything about intergenerational trauma in all my experiences within the system. I've never heard anything that was closely related to saying that, you know, this is why you're doing the things you're doing. It's not excusing the fact of what I did. It's not taking away what I did. It's not making anybody any less of a victim. But for me, it defined everything. And it made me really come to a clear-headed, you know, I wasn't powerless. I've been told that most of my life that I'm powerless over drugs and alcohol. I'm powerless over making change. I'm powerless to, you know, until I, you know, give myself to this invisible, holy concept. And I'm like, nah, the Creator didn't make me powerless. Mm-hmm. So this instilled a lot of things in me that really created the change. Getting involved with Terry.
Getting involved with me?
Getting involved with this guy, meeting this guy. This guy, Floyd. Floyd was one of my first, you know, peers, or, you know, he wasn't quite a friend at that time, but he was like, wow, this guy, he was where I was at. And now he's in this place where he's helping other men wake up. And I really believe that in a lot of the situations that I was asleep through this whole thing. I learned how to play the system. I learned how to play the counselors and the social workers. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just a horrible person. And I don't know why I do these things. And man, you know, whatever. Let me get out of here so I can go back in this cell and do my time. Time for me was quite easy. I didn't look at it as a punishment. As a kid, it was growing into this type of situation. It was a time to bond with people and stay into that dark side, that dark element where I could relate with other people that they knew what I've been through. Versus this light side where, well, this guy, he's doing something different, that, you know, he's not going in and out of the system. He's actually working for something that's good. That was an inspiration. There's been a lot of inspirational people in my life growing up that, you know, I didn't hear anything that they said up until maybe just a few years ago or a few years back. People had huge impacts on me when I was in juvenile corrections. But I'd never heard it then. It's like it just came to light after all this one thing, intergenerational trauma. Intergenerational trauma, when I say that to some people, are like, oh yeah. What is that? And I'm like, oh, well, you know, it all starts. And it's not just, you know, it's not reserved for Native Americans. It's not reserved for black men and white people. It's everybody has their form of intergenerational trauma. Something that somebody did somewhere, it gets carried on. And that's why in our culture, in the culture that I've learned and been taught, that when we make a decision based on 7 generations. We think 7 generations ahead. So the decision that I made that was in a negative context really did impact my family as a whole. I don't have a very good relationship with my own daughters. I'm limited to see my grandkids. I do still struggle with a lot of different things as a result of what I did, but I'm able to say, okay, that's your space. You need to heal. These are the things that you need to do. I'm here for you if you need it, but this is something that everybody has to do on a personal level. It's not just, you know, these big bad men that are out here beating on people, stealing from people, disregarding the laws or our elders or our concept of what's right and wrong. To me, it's being reborn and giving back to what I've been given. I'm so blessed to be able to sit here before you today. You see my whole family. This is my whole family. That's my oldest daughter. I really feel bad because, I haven't been there for them because I did spend so much time in prison. So they really don't know who I am, you know what I mean? They experienced the worst part of me that, I had my first kid when I was 19 years old. What does a 19-year-old kid know? It's a kid having a kid. And this trauma that was carried through my great-grandmother and grandfathers was waved right on down to them. But it stops here with us as cycle breakers. And they may not see it now, and it may not come to a head now, but consistency, I guess, is, rather than saying, I'm not going to go back to jail no more. I'm not going to commit crimes no more. I'm not going to be that person anymore. And then, just end up going back in. That was my repeat. It was like Groundhog Day. Oh yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. And it just kept happening. Versus this time, it's different. And I imagine, I don't know, it was a point in my life where I actually said, this is enough. I can't do this anymore. My grandchildren were probably the light of it all, because I said to myself, what kind of a grandpa would a kid have? He's in prison. Who has a grandpa in prison? My grandpas were cool.
Grandparents are cool.
So, I totally went off all my notes. And I don't even know how long I was speaking, but it has impacted me. I have done the worst of the worst. I have done a lot of time. I have done some things that some people would back away from me and say, I don't know if I want you around my kids. But I am what I did in the past does not define who I am today.
There you go. There you go.
I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Well, I will get back to you. Now we'll have Floyd Rowell, who apparently is a hero on top of other things. And so, and I'm a grandmother, so I like the fact that you like grandparents. So Floyd, can you tell us a little bit about your journey and your work?
Yes, thank you. Oh, my God.
Hello, everybody. Floyd has asked me to introduce him and what he's doing right now. He is the Wisdom Walk facilitator at the Alma Center, and he goes by the name just not only Floyd, but Urban Healer, riding on the back of wild horse. So.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to move around a little bit when I do to make it pop. I don't have that much time, so I got to make it pop as quick as I can. Yeah. Let's go. How many people remember the horse on the stick? Who remember, come on now, the horse on the stick? My father bought me the horse on the stick when I was little. Loved it growing up. Horse on the stick. And if it broke, only thing you had to do is take a mop thing, to unscrew them and just screw it on there, and you back riding on a horse on the stick. It was awesome. How many remember the big wheel? The big wheel, though. I'm not talking about the regular one there out here. I'm talking about the one with the little, you know what I'm talking about? The one with the, I used to Tokyo drift with that thing. I was drifting before that movie. They owe me for that. I've been drifting way before the Tokyo Drift movie. My father bought me that. But this is where I lived at those times. Community Greens and the Robert Taylor areas. Both of them. When my mother go to work, and she dropped me off at my auntie house, who stayed in the Taylor. So I lived in both of those areas in the 80s. Worst projects in the world. Definitely United States at that time. But I didn't know anything about that because that was life. That's what I knew about. That's what living was. So it was just all the norm to me. Used to wait in there, come out there. Interesting. Don't that kind of look like a prison cell? Very interesting. And used to wait out there and wait for Pops to come home because I know he had fries in the bag. How many people remember fries in the bag? How many? I knew it. That's the Chicago thing. Go Cubs. But anyway, so fries in the bag. It was delicious. And it had all the nutrients, ingredients, and vitamins that you need for a healthy day. Fries in the bag. So I wait for Pops to come home with fries in the bag all the time. I see him come around the corner and looking off the tier, and I'm like, oh, brothers, y'all got fries in the bag. It's going down tonight. Good eating tonight. And so I used to always look and wait for, the little hand to touch the 5 and the big hand to touch the 12, and I knew, oh yeah, fries in the bag time. Pop's coming off work. He's going to get off the L, come on down there, fries in the bag time. So one time I'm looking and I'm like, okay, big hand on the 12, little hand on the 5, but no Pops, no fries in the bag. All of a sudden that little hand starts to go around and realize, whoa, Pops is gone. Around that time, that's when those areas start to seem what they was called. It's when the gunshots seemed like it was right outside the door. That's when the screaming seemed like it was right there in the living room. That's when it's like, okay, this is really bad. This is kind of bad staying here in these areas. Mm-hmm. We got a chance to move to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The projects of Lampton Park. LPO, anybody Lampton Park? Right there? Okay, here. Lampton Park, represent. So we're here, green grass. We had some bedrooms. I had my own bedroom, and I'm looking, we got green grass. All of a sudden, it was like, one day we outside, and a couple gunshots went off like, pow, pow, pow. And the crowd started running, they shooting. Little me and my brother stood out there like, oh, that's shooting? Whoa, and we turned around and jumped and clapped. It's like, whoa, just like the Jeffersons. I like that little slide that had the little piece on there about moving on up. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Just like the Jeffersons. But then, my mother met my stepfather at the time that came into it. And the violence that I absorbed from there, I would have took Chicago projects 100 times all over again. Interesting from there, very interesting, I started getting into accidents. Interesting, just accidents started happening, so I started ending up at the hospital all the time, and that's when I met Cartoon Network. Cartoons 24/7. Do you understand what that does to a kid? 24/7 cartoons. I was with Scooby-Doo, and we were solving every single mystery it was. And we were just, Scooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. So I was like, if you can just give Scooby-Doo those Scooby snacks in the middle or the beginning, this show would be over already. Let's give them the snacks and let's solve this together. Went on from there, like in hospital all the time, and I'm getting 3 foods, and it was lovely. Then all of a sudden, the nurse came in, and she locked her door behind her, and she said, it's bath time. And I said, I took a bath already. And she had the sponge in a little bucket, and she said, no, it's time for me to take your bath. What I experienced in there, I would have took Chicago projects 100 times over from there. Mm-hmm. And after it was over, she told me what position high up that she is, and her husband in law enforcement and how high up he is. And if I say anything, no one will believe me because I ain't nothing but a little nigger. Interest in my vacation time and injuries and going to the hospital stopped. From then on, I grew up with a lot of rage, a lot of anger, and I was like, who in the heck left the gate open? The fifth dog let loose. I did not care. I said, no one will protect me. I'm tired of being hurt, and I truly, truly, truly surrounded and wrapped my heart full of barbed wire. Commercial break. I got an incredible barbed wire story, but yeah, that's some other time. Back from the commercial break. So with the rage and everything, I was damaging anything that was in my way or felt like a threat to me, and of course that led me to one place. 3 years in Ryoc. And they know Ryoc is gladiator school. So I felt at home there with the rage and pain, but came out worse than I was when I went in. From there, I came out, and with this trauma-filled background and the trauma case of guns a-blazing and stuff, that led me to the Alma Center. And with the Alma Center, we can think about all those different points and the different things that happened in my life. The power of transformation and healing them and being a cycle breaker, right, Jason? Cycle breaker is that I looked at those things and I worked on them and I transformed those things and I understood that I am not going to lead this path that my son go on and repeat history. It was a repeated history. That is not going to be the destiny for my son. That is not going to be the patterns and the footsteps that I leave behind. And from there, through the power of transformation, me and my son do a rag ride together. 440 miles across Iowa. Bike riding. Oh, yeah, he wasn't as happy, though, going, this is eating time. Like, Dad, this is some crazy stuff. What are you doing out here with these people? Yeah. But this is the type of legacy and the type of work and transformation that I am creating at the Alma Center through the wisdom walk of self-mastery. Thank you all. Thank you.
So could each of you share an experience, whether it's at the Alma Center or somewhere else, that really touched you, that was sort of a significant moment in your transformation? So whatever that was, whether it was in a counseling or in a group, or can each of you take a moment to do that for us?
The very first thing, is it on? Did I touch it too many times? Okay, there we go. There we go. Be back. I think, there we go. The very first thing is when I walked through the door, the person at the front desk told me what's my name. And I said, Ralph, 472027. Hey, hi, how you doing? I didn't know you was over there. And she said, your name? Is that your name? I said, Ralph, 472027. Is that what you was given at birth? That's what they call you, Ralph, 472027? Is that what we're finna call you in here? And I was like, whoa, wait a minute, that's not my name. My name is Floyd. Floyd Rao Jr., kind of James Bond Jr., kind of, that kind of, yeah, that slay. But with that right there, that was the first thing that I recognized, and I was being treated as a person and not some violent thug that's bad out here on the streets. I was being treated as a person. that really stuck out to me. First thing when I walked through the door. Yeah.
I have to agree that I'll have to jump on that bus with Floyd. It was
Any room on this bus, you can hop on this bus anytime you want to, sir.
it was definitely I felt the love. I always said that when I walked into the doors of the Alma Center, I was a Alma Center resident for a period of time, and I didn't feel like I was walking into the typical, okay, this is the class you have to take to get out onto the street. This is the speed bump, so to speak, before we release you out into the world. I didn't feel that this was, I just wasn't jumping through hoops. One of the things that really impacted me in the very beginning of class, my first experience in class, was a particular time where, we all sat down around this big table. We all got popcorn and water. I loved eating popcorn and water at the Alma Center.
Remember, I
Drinking
ordered some
water.
pizzas. We're gonna be all 8 pizzas.
And on the table before us was construction paper and crayons. And I remember thinking to myself, what is this shit? They broke it down to me and they told me that, okay, we want you to draw your house and how you think, how you felt your house looked.
It was crayons and markers.
Crayons and markers on construction paper. It brought me back to that point in my life, I think, where I really actually started, I was 5 years old, and those were my earliest memories of contemplating stealing Matchbox cars, setting things on fire. Those were my first stages of messing up. And here the Alma Center is taking me back to that place and telling me to draw this house. It wasn't really a house back then, it was a trailer in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But it really, that was it, man. It was the teardown of everything that I've ever been as a grown man, as an adult, is what I believed to be what a man was, what I've been taught about manhood. Men don't cry, men are tough, men, they don't show emotions, they don't do any of these things. We gotta be the John Wayne of the image. We gotta be that tough guy. And I quickly learned that, I'm not so tough. It was an image that I had built up. It's something that I used to keep people away. It was a defense mechanism. It was these, I don't know, it was hard to describe, but that was my first moment of, healing. It was the beginning of my healing. It was the beginning of my road, my path.
Let me ask you one more question, then I'll open up to the audience. Carrie Banks this morning talked about a model where people who have been involved in the system for having committed a battery have the opportunity and admit what they've done and are on the road to recovery, have the opportunity to meet with a survivor of domestic violence who's also receiving counseling, and not his victim, but another victim, and they have a dialogue. What do you think about that? Is that something, if you had that opportunity, you might have been interested in? What do you think you might have gained or been able to communicate to somebody who was a victim of domestic violence?
I think a lot of times that in domestic violence alone is that there's the two roles, and I felt like the worst of the worst situation, which on paper it was pretty bad, but I think that it makes us human beings. Some people might not be ready for that kind of thing. And it really has to be something that, like I said, people need their space to heal from this trauma. That's a very traumatic experience. And a lot of people are I would feel that, you know, they're a little scared to do that. But if it does come to it, it's a realization that, you know, there's a reason behind the madness. There's something to it, and that we are indeed human. We're not monsters. I'm not a monster, you know. It's not something that I can walk around and be like, yeah, I'm bad. That's not the image that I want to portray. So I think what it does is it brings us down to equal levels, and it makes us human, because we're human. We're just human beings.
So that's something, if you had been offered or were offered the opportunity, you might consider?
Sure.
And what do you think, Floyd, about that opportunity for individuals to have that sort of surrogate dialogue with somebody, so a survivor of domestic violence and somebody who has engaged in domestic violence?
I really like that. We need to get out the fairy tales, and that's what that reminds me of. You know, fairy tales are over, right? We need to get out of the Beauty and the Beast story. We all know the Beauty and the Beast story. The townspeople come, the flashing lights, the sticks, and they come, grab the beast, chain him up, throw him away, put him in the cell. Well, the old saying, if it walked like a duck and quacked like a duck, then it's a
Chicken.
Aflac. Right. But, so if you are treated like a beast, sold like a beast, tray tables through the doors and eaten like a beast, you're a beast. And you come out with more trauma than you had when you went in. And that's the story, though. This beast is gonna get let out. And is going to get back in relationships, still going to be a father to children, and the cycle goes on and on and on. Any trauma that is not transformed will be transferred. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Do you want to, I think a round of applause is appropriate. We have 10 minutes for questions, so anybody have a question? You push down the button in front of you.
I'm just curious, as a survivor myself, what did the process change for you in how you viewed women? Like, prior, did you view women differently than you do now? Do you feel a different sense about that? Do you understand what I'm, like?
It's not like I
Let me just repeat the question to make sure everybody heard. The question is, how did this process that you've been engaged in, and I assume are continuing to engage in, change your view towards women and your relationships with women?
I'm not sure that I ever had a particular view of women, or that that it was like something that I, you know, processed or actually even thought of. You know, I mean, we don't think about putting on our pants in the morning, but somehow we get them on. It's not really a thought process. It's not something that we don't plan it out. It's, you know, I was at one side. My father taught me that, you know, you honor and respect women. At the same time, you open up doors for them. You know, I mean, I don't know if that sounds bad, but that's what he taught me. And at the same time, he also taught me that physical violence towards women was okay too. So I don't think he like intentionally said, "This is what you do, son." He never said that to me, and I never really took it as that. But as a little kid looking up to the greatest man that has ever lived, how else was I, you know, supposed to think or act? And I'm not like, again, I'm not trying to excuse what I did, But this is I never thought that this lifestyle or anything was really wrong. I thought it was, everybody does this, right? Everybody's kind of crazy. Everybody has a crazy family, right? There's always kind of some kind of chaos going on for me.
Boyd, do you have a response?
All right. Yeah, thank you. You know, the illusion of that man box is so real. It's an illusion, but we make it real. To belittle a woman to you, that she are less than you are. And we still see it today. It's tradition to pass on your name to a woman. Or even getting married. Oh, I'm starting to tap on something. And even getting married, who gave this woman away? Like, these things that we call tradition are really ways that we belittle a woman to us. And that's all in that illusion of a man box that we believe in and make it real. I start to touch something right there. Let me just...
Other questions? Yes.
How did you end up at the Alma Center?
The question is, how did you wind up at the Alma Center?
For me, I was in prison, coming up to a release. I had made I was trying to put together some kind of a release, pre-release program, some kind of, that this is where I was giving some serious thought as to never ever returning to prison again, for real this time. So I had talked to a prison counselor there that got me in contact, because I kind of explained to her my situation. Of course, she knew what I was in for, substantial battery, and I was like, I don't know if I want to go back home. I don't know if I want to go live with my mother. I'm a grown man. I don't want to do that. I need to address this issue, and that's how I was brought to the Alma Center. She sent a referral to Terry, and they came out to see me, and bam, it was sunshine all day after that.
Floyd? How did you get in contact with the Alma Center? How did you?
Okay. With the trauma-filled background and PO, took a long look of this history and seeing that I was a trickster too, with some prior allegations. I still to this day say I didn't do it. She said that I'm gonna have you take go to this place and have an intake. It's called the Alma Center, and I'm hearing a lot of good things about this place, and I'm hearing that the guys coming out of there are really liking it and really changing their lives around. And so with that, I went to get introduced to this place called the Alma Center.
Where they asked your
And
name?
since 2008, I never left that place. I don't know what happened after that.
Other questions? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if you could push, well, go ahead. I could repeat it if you want. Go ahead.
I happen to be a nurse, and I don't even know if I can ask you this question. But when that nurse locked that door, what did she do to you?
The question, and it's up to you, Floyd, if you want to answer that, but the question is, when that nurse locked the door, what did she do?
It was something that I would took the projects of Chicago and the stepfather 100 times more than deal with that one time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes? We'll get the mic to you.
Do you think more could be done in the school system before the kids are 18 to prepare them better? And not just in inner cities, but in the in the suburbs also. It seems to me that when there are these situations in the homes, the kids go to school and they're probably not getting the help and the education they need to survive better.
First of all, who is that ventriloquist? I do not see where they came from. I'm looking through this place like...
Back here, in the back. In the back of the room.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what in the world is that? Who got a puppet in here? I often talked about there should be trauma-informed care everywhere. I often talked about the Alma Center should be in schools, libraries, on top of buildings. I'm going to say another building, but I'm going to leave that out right now. But the Alma Center in a trauma-informed care environment, it should be all over the place. Because even like with Jason backgrounds, and trauma is trauma, and it affects a lot of us. And if it's not transformed, it's transferred. Hurt people. It's a learned behavior, and it will continue to happen if we are not talking about this at an early age. And look at my son there. Look at my son. He knows all about this, and he's doing his work as a child. He's with JoJo Pie. He's doing the ritual work of the wisdom walk, and he's a mineral person. Look at my stone, Dad. I'm taking this home with me. You know what? His bag cost so much when I flew him back home. It was so heavy with all these stones and stuff in it. So, like, we are doing work as children now. I'm working with my son, and that's the work that we need to do, is to nurture, heal, support, teach them about equality, teach them about not belittling the person, and that we are all equal individuals. And that's the work that I do at the Alma Center. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. Yes, in the back of the room. Why don't you wait till the mic gets up there so we can hear you? And you can become the ventriloquist in the room.
So like with so many things, alcoholism, drug addiction, you have to admit that there's a problem, right? That's what they tell everybody. So is it possible to reach people who aren't there yet? Or is it, if somebody's not willing to admit that there's an issue here, how do you deal with those people, those perhaps men at the Alma Center who aren't willing to hold that space?
I'm exercising today, people. There's a thing is, you just got to hold the space. And if a person's not ready, a person's just not ready, you can't make no one heal. It was like in the biblical times, Jesus didn't make people follow him and believe him. I went somewhere, sorry. But you have to you can just hold the space. And a lot of times with my group, the Wisdom Walk to Self-Mastery, the individuals, and once it's a unique set of individuals, not a big crowd, and once they see people start to open up and tell their story, it's so similar with how trauma works, they decide to open up and tell their stories. And then that's why we have to go through several things, intakes, orientation, one-on-ones and stuff, because there are just some people that's so trauma-filled, and it's a brick wall, or I like to say the heart wrapped in barbed wire. I got a great story about that later sometime if y'all want to hear it, that it's just not that time for them yet. And the only thing we can do is understand that, acknowledge it, and wait till they are ready. And sometimes people have to bump their head again and again before they realize, you know what, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. So. Thank you.
The question is, if there's court ordered, what's the point if they don't want to be there?
Thank you.
Well, I think that perhaps that was answered a little bit earlier, or maybe yesterday we talked about that sometimes the only way to expose people to it is to get them in the front door. And that's the reason for court ordered, because some people will not just walk in. And you hear both of these gentlemen talking about somebody recommending or saying, why don't you try this? And court ordered gets an opportunity to do the conversation. Please thank Jason and Floyd for their generous participation. Terry Strodoff has something. Now you're cutting into our half-hour lunch hour, Terry, so, okay.
Jason doesn't know this.
Okay.
But this morning I received a message from Jason's partner in Tennessee, and I asked her if I could read it today because I think sometimes it's very hard to believe in change that's really real. So this is not a commercial for the Alma Center. I kind of felt like that is this what's going on, but it's part of what she said in here, but if it's okay, I can just take a second. Hi, Terry, it's Avon. I just wanted to pass along my well wishes for y'all's part in the conference and to also thank you for everything you and the Alma Center as a whole have done for Jason. He did the hard work, and I don't mean to take that credit away from him, but you and the team gave him the tools. He needed tools and showed him the path. I am forever grateful for that. He is the man he was always meant to be, and because of it, I am reaping the benefits. I am immensely proud of him and am so sad I can't be there today, but I know he's going to rock this. His story is a fairy tale come true, and I think it can help bring understanding to others as well as a shining example of what life can be when you break the cycles. So please pass on my thanks to everyone involved at the conference.
Well, thank you very much. There are boxed lunches out in the atrium for you. Go out, have some conversation. We have half an hour, so 12:40, please return to the room. I'll get this down. Okay. All right, if people would have a seat, and let me make a general announcement. Somebody who has a dangly with a couple of balls, silver earring, with a pretty thing at the end, it was found out in the main area, so I don't know if, feel your ears if you wear dangly earrings, and I'll leave it up here. Yours? There you go. That's good. But no, I'm glad to return it to the owner.
Hi. Oh, yeah.
All right. One of the things we've been obviously talking about is reforming the system. And there's a lot of talk both in Milwaukee County and in Wisconsin and nationally about reforming the criminal justice system, and there are lots of aspects of that that we are not tackling today. In the last day, we've been talking about trying to be attentive to not only the survivors of domestic violence, but also creative ways that we can help protect the children, to transform rather than to transfer trauma to the next generation, and also to provide safe environments for the survivors of domestic violence. And so I'm very excited about our next panel, who are both very well known, I suspect, to most people in the audience. We have Milwaukee County District Attorney John Chisholm, who was just re-elected to his position, and he's been our district attorney for some time. John is well known for his approach to try to find alternatives, not only for juveniles and to reduce the number of kids that have to go into the system, but also to work in areas of interfamily violence and to try to be creative in approaching many of these very, very tough issues. Seated to John's left is Tom Reed, and I've known Tom also a very long time. Tom is the head of the trial office of the State Public Defender's Office in Milwaukee. And John and Tom have been coordinating and collaborating along with other criminal justice professionals in Milwaukee for some time to be able to tackle some of these really serious issues that involve not only domestic violence, but race and equity and justice issues in this county. So I've asked, and we can start with John's first, but I have asked them to start a little bit about talking about where we're at. They have been successful at getting a very large grant that they'll tell you about and some of the work. And then I'm also going to ask John and Tom in terms of domestic violence and where you see that is, and then we'll explore a little bit where else it may go. So John, if you want to begin and talk a little bit about what's happening in Milwaukee County in terms of some of these issues and what you've been doing in terms of trying to address the changes that need to come.
Well, thank you very much, Janine, and thanks to everybody that's here today for this opportunity just to share and learn. Can you hear me okay? Oh, good. Just a little bit. You got it. So I really appreciate the opportunity to go first, but maybe one of the ways I could describe how we try to do things a little bit different is I'll actually quickly hand over some of the discussion to my colleague, Tom Reed. And I do that not as an artifice, but actually as a reflection of what I believe is different here in Milwaukee County. And that is that I have, in fact, had a very strong collaborative relationship with the State Public Defender's Office, with the Defense Bar, obviously with the court system, with law enforcement, and most importantly, with the incredibly engaged and committed members of the community that have supported so many of our efforts and have supported it because they recognize the deep needs and distress that this community is under. So just a real brief history of sort of where we're at now and where we came from. We recognized about 10 years ago that we had to address things a little bit differently in the criminal justice system because we were at a point in time where we were seeing that a lot of the things that we were doing were not achieving the outcomes that we really wanted. And what were the outcomes that we wanted? Well, obviously we wanted a safer community, and we wanted to do it in a way that actually reduced the impact of the criminal justice system on the people that were encountering that system on a very frequent basis. And that was just our experience and the traditional way of approaching that, and I think it still exists pretty much throughout the country right now, is that prosecutors and the defense bar writ general look on their roles as being very distinct and separate. But I think what Tom and I came to understand fairly early on is that there really isn't a great distinction between the victims, for example, who spark the prosecutorial system, and then the defendants or the offenders that become represented by the defense system. And one of the things that we understood sort of anecdotally or experientially was that they were the same people oftentimes. That our victims had been offenders and our offenders had been victims, but we weren't able to really say much more about it except that's our experience. And prosecutors would never really take the time to sit down, because you couldn't, because it wasn't structured that way. You weren't structured in a way that said, hey, Tom, tell me about your client. Give me a detailed history of the trauma exposure that your client had before he came into the system this time. It just wasn't structured that way, and to a certain extent it still isn't. We're aspiring to get there. But what we did decide is that we could do a much better job of trying to restructure our system to give ourselves more opportunities to discuss what we were going to do with people, both victims and offenders. On the victim side, 10 years ago, we started discussing just a revolutionary different approach to dealing with victims in collaboration with Sojourner Family Peace. In the criminal justice system, we decided that we would try to vastly develop and expand our opportunities for early intervention based on data that showed us what really worked and what didn't work. And so that was kind of the start of that. And we've just evolved over time. Some of the major projects were working with the National Institute of Corrections on the evidence-based decision-making model, which has now been adopted by the state. They call it phase 6, I believe, where other counties around the state, both, traditionally, you might call them progressive or conservative, doesn't really matter. There's counties throughout the state that are interested in adopting what we've piloted here in Milwaukee County with evidence-based decision-making. We also obviously opened up the doors just about a year ago now with the Sojourner Family Peace Center. That was the fruition of a long process of trying to redesign how we address victims' needs. And then just recently we applied for, and we're one of the few jurisdictions selected by the MacArthur Foundation, the Safety Justice Challenge, which expressly is aimed at reducing the use of jails as your kind of your holding pattern for people encountering the system, particularly those who are mentally ill and drug addicted and alcohol dependent. And so that sort of brings us to where we are today. But yeah, I'd just like to turn it over to Tom and let him describe his views of where we are now.
I've been with you this morning, and so I'm looking forward to the second part of our conversation, which will be about, domestic violence and sexual violence and some of the cases that, we are the most difficult cases, frankly, that come into our court system. But I think it's really important before we have that discussion to have this discussion, which is about, how our criminal justice system can be changed in ways that will better serve our needs. The country is very concerned about mass incarceration, mass imprisonment. It's an appropriate thing to be concerned about. It's extremely costly. It hasn't been particularly effective. It has had, very significant problems in terms of disproportionate minority confinement, and there's just a long list of other issues, some of which you heard described in the panel that preceded us, where these two individuals were able to talk about how the experience of being in prison was very damaging to them. So we would like to have our criminal justice system do three things for us. One is to hold people accountable. That's the punishment component. And we certainly have had a strong commitment to that aspect of it. But we also want people coming into the criminal justice system to be better for it. So we want to claim a remedial purpose. And we also want to be sure that when we have people get into trouble, that we're doing the kinds of things with them that are preventative, so that we don't have to have 14 arrests and prosecutions and sentences where maybe we could find someone early in their difficulties and address those problems right away. So one of the shifts is to try to reinvest our thinking and energy into remedial and preventative approaches without giving up, as we can't, the punitive and accountability aspects of it. I think the second thing I would say is that we have historically done something in criminal justice which the evidence-based decision-making grant and the MacArthur grant are asking us to do very differently, and we're willing to make the change. And here's what it is. And I will speak to my experience as a lawyer, and John would have the same experience as a prosecutor. Someone is arrested the first time, and oftentimes what happens is, well, they're a first offender. We're not even going to pay any attention to them. They arrested a second time or a third time. Well, they seem to not be getting the message, so the third time they're going to spend 45 days at the House of Corrections, or 8 months if it's a more serious thing. And we only start asking questions about why this is happening all too often when the person has established a pattern of criminal behavior and they're now facing felony level prosecution, or they're a habitual offender under the criminal statutes and they're looking at a lot of time. And I'm going to share with you something that's very important to me. I have a daughter, and if my daughter were arrested, I can assure you there would be no thinking in my mind that this is a first offense, she's a first offender, it's not important why she's getting arrested because, after all, people get arrested all the time, what's the big deal? No, the approach would be, I need to understand what happened, I need to understand why this is occurring, and we need to do now, immediately, whatever is necessary to disrupt the experience that has led this to happen. And we would do everything that would be possible to try to solve that problem. But that's not historically what we've done with people coming into the criminal justice system, and it's a mistake. So treating first arrests as the really important warning sign that they are, and asking questions about what is going wrong and what needs to be done, and those are not just criminal justice questions, and the answers don't have to just be this person doesn't need to be in jail, or this person can get a fine and that'll be a sufficient response. If there's a mental illness that is surfacing and something is radically wrong, then this is our chance to understand that that's happening and try to do something more productive. If it's the byproduct of historic trauma, there are ways to try to understand that that's what's causing this person to be here, and let's get busy on it. When we represent clients who are going to prison for years because of some egregious and serious kind of violation of someone's health or safety, what we know is, in almost all cases, when we look at the background, there were warning signs, and those were not attended to. So what we do in the new way of working on this is we use risk assessments to try to understand, and needs assessments, who is coming into the criminal justice system, ideally the first time. What are the interventions? What are the things we should be doing now that could help this person get on their feet? The two gentlemen who preceded us are on their feet, and I, listening to them, do not have any concern that they're going back to prison. I think that's highly unlikely. We can help people get on their feet, but we have to do risk assessments. We have to pay attention to why they're there. We have to be interested in their histories. And we have to also be willing to recognize that the criminal justice system is not the answer to a lot of these problems. That we have problems in housing, we have problems in community mental health, we have problems in our schools. Violence, if there's a thread that runs through what we heard this morning and what we see in the criminal courts, is that violence runs through the lives of the people who are in trouble. And sometimes it's because they are the victims, sometimes it's because they were children and they were exposed to the violence of other people. Sometimes it's because they live in neighborhoods where every single night there are gunshots. Every single night they hear sirens racing through their neighborhoods. Every night or day they see evidence of things going wrong. These kinds of things, that kind of community level of disarray and violence is damaging to our brains. It makes us unhealthy, and we should try to pay serious attention to it. So some of these strategies are designed to recognize that we need to think more broadly and creatively about what we're doing in criminal justice.
And we've been fortunate as a community. In this room itself, we've had some incredible national thinkers on this topic. So you had Patrick Sharkey here last year. I think the year before that, you had Rob Sampson, who have spent their entire careers really focusing on what are the impacts of concentrated disadvantage in certain communities in real geographic, real terms. And the reality is Milwaukee has had some of the most concentrated disadvantage across the spectrum of areas for a very long time. So the biggest challenge that I face in trying to address the problems in sort of a forward-looking way is that you still have to deal with the immediate, the visceral presence of high rates of interpersonal violence, right? When you've got 125 homicides in 1 year, you've got a serious problem in a community our size. And you're seeing this it's not unique to Milwaukee, but I would also make the argument that this is a byproduct of years, if not decades, of disadvantage that come to the front, and the approach that we've taken in the past hasn't been sufficient. Obviously there's things that we have to do. We have to hold people accountable for extraordinary acts of violence, and that usually means that they're going to spend really significant portions of their life behind bars. So it even puts the emphasis even more on preventing that from happening in the first place. And that was the segue into the concept behind Sojourner Family Peace, which basically said, look, if violence is a learned behavior, then one of the areas that we could disrupt it, ideally, would be in that context of family violence. And we would treat the exposure to violence just as that, as like a public health crisis that you should be addressing as the entire family, and not just looking at it as a discrete case of domestic violence where I've got to hold the offender accountable and I do it through jail or prison or probation. And then I try to provide some services for the victim, but we're generally going to send them in about 10 different locations. And we don't really even think about the kids that have been exposed to violence. Well, we tried to change that thinking, but we're trying to change that both for the immediate, so that we provide resources and access and services for our victims and their kids and their families in the immediate term. But the real aspiration behind it is that we're going to see a reduction in people resorting to violence as a means of responding to the stresses in their life, and that's our long-term goal. It's going to take time to do that, but and we have to develop a whole capacity as a system to be able to do that and use different things. You're going to always have the need for prosecutors and defense attorneys doing what they do and doing it very well in a traditional adversarial sense. But I think that the vision is that we could make this community a much safer, healthier, and prosperous place if we started approaching it in different ways and doing it in a very targeted way as well. So the other thing I would add is that the other advantage that we have that we didn't have 10 years ago is we actually know a lot about this community now. And we're starting to get to the point where I think we're even going to be able to look cross-sector at individuals and where they live and look at different systems like public health, public education, the criminal justice system, obviously, the mental health system, the community development, the actual physical environment people are living in, and actually zero in on literally specific blocks and people living in those blocks and figuring out all the red flags that are going off cross-system that are impacting, and then try to focus your resources directly on the individuals like that. So that's one of the benefits that I think we have. So this is a concept that Dr. O'Brien with Data Share is piloting, and we're getting pretty close to being there. And I think it's going to revolutionize the way we apply our interventions in the future. But you have to have that kind of capacity and really that kind of a thought process in mind, that we're not just trying to deal with the immediate exigencies, but we want to do something that's going to last into the future.
Tom, could you talk a little bit, and John was just mentioning it, but talk about domestic violence specifically from your offices and the defense bar's perspective, and also, and this is what John was touching on, sort of the interdisciplinary kinds of work and projects and collaboration that are going on in Milwaukee that do and could impact the domestic violence field.
Sure. So first, to kind of answer the latter part of that question, and I'll talk about domestic violence. Collaboration is really critical if we're going to have a different kind of criminal justice system. I don't know that this is true, but I believe it's Nelson Mandela who said, if you want to go someplace fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, go together. And that is a true statement, and it applies to the work that we have the criminal justice system because we want to solve problems in our community, and we have to use it in a smarter way. One of the speakers that Marquette invited a number of years ago made a very compelling comment, which is that justice is not just the adjudication of cases. And that's if you think about what that statement means, it's a very powerful statement. It's not to say, however, that we can't be very committed to the correct and proper and constitutionally required adjudication of cases. And I want to be I want any confusion to exist that these new strategies are causing people to compromise in the roles that they have or to give up on principles that are essential to how our system operates. But by focusing on outcomes and not just the adjudication of cases, by asking questions about where are there better ways of doing things, what are options that prosecutors could have when they are considering what kind of response to make when something is before them that they're reviewing. When we talk about what a lawyer can say to a client about here are some options that are being presented to you to consider in connection with a case that you are a criminal charge you are facing, and those options now have more remedial aspects to them that have been proven to be effective. Like we heard about the victor-offender dialogues. This is a methodology that's been proven to be effective. If that were an option that was built into how we handle cases, it could make a big difference. So that's a kind of broad comment. So collaboration, today, while John and I are here, our lawyers are over in the courthouse trying cases. And no one's saying that shouldn't happen or it should be done in a less serious way or a less effective way. But we're not going to get the outcomes we want if that's all that happens. And so these other things have to happen. Now, with respect to domestic violence, I appreciate that a lot of people here look at defense attorneys with a degree of concern and skepticism. I appreciate that, because the experience of individuals going into court in these very difficult cases is not an easy experience. And defense attorneys have an obligation when a case has to be tried to raise the questions that are permitted under our laws, and there's no getting around that. But what I want to say is several things about it. one of the shifts that has occurred in my career is that when I started, we were representing cases. That's what we did. We talked about caseloads as public defenders. We talked about cases, and if I won the case or lost the case, it was over, and that was it. And it's not that I was indifferent to the person that I was representing. I hope that was never true. It's not that I didn't feel badly if the person 2 weeks later was rearrested, but I did not see it as my professional obligation to inquire more deeply than the specific questions that were before the court required me to. And we now talk in the work I do about representing the whole client, trying to understand why the defendant is in the position that they're in, and trying to figure out within the scope of our work how we can help that individual solve a lot of the problems that they are encountering so that they don't come back. And what is very obvious, I heard it this morning, and it's been our experience, is that all too often the people we represent today, even in domestic violence cases, themselves were the victims of domestic violence or sexual violence or other kinds of things that happened in their past. And they are living out the experiences that happen to them in ways that compromise their ability to really understand what needs to be done. So for those individuals, I want every single one of them at the Alma Center. And, right, I want every one of them at the Alma Center. And I think that when the right system is set up in domestic violence, where the lawyers understand the kinds of topics that were discussed this morning, when the prosecutors understand the kind of topics that were discussed this morning, that we have a way to get a lot more people to a place like the Alma Center through our domestic violence, system, and get remedial work underway, as opposed to what we've invested in so significantly. But what that requires is to use risk and needs assessments. They're not perfect in this area, but we have, I think, the ability to start using them. Lower risk people who can be handled in that way, that's one thing. People who commit crimes which are very, very aggravated, where people are getting hurt in significant ways, what I'm saying may be less important, or less the place that changes. But I think that the combination of using risk assessments and tracking people according to what those assessments tell us, and shaping interventions that meet people where they are and try to take them to a place where the two gentlemen who preceded me have managed to get, is what we should be trying to accomplish. And I think we could do that much more often if we are open to facing the complexity of this topic. It's very painful. It's very painful for victims. It is very painful for families. And it is something that is very easy to walk away from that pain and say, well, we can't consider anything else. But if we don't consider anything else, we're going to have more victims and more trouble. And that's why I'm hopeful that some of the MacArthur grant, which focuses on domestic violence, is going to help us to do some things that will be really meaningful.
So if you shift from an offense-based system, which most in the country traditionally are, to really a risk-based system, then you have to do things differently. And that doesn't mean that you don't do things that, you might consider the hard things, hard versus soft. And it's not soft in terms of soft on crime, but it's just a different approach. So the hard things you can do, for example, are training every law enforcement officer on the characteristics of through lethality assessment. In other words, that police officers are called to people's homes every single day, and they are required to intervene in some way. But their intervention doesn't have to always be the same. They don't have to put the same amount of resources into every single one. But what they do have to know is what circumstances, what characteristics might elevate the risk for the victim in the case. So we've implemented what we call the lethality assessment program here in Milwaukee County. So it helps our law enforcement partners identify cases that may need greater levels of intervention and follow through than some other case might. We've developed a witness protection unit in our office that focuses a lot of its resources. You know, it was not specifically designed for domestic violence, but it's turned out that maybe about 60 to 70% of our witness protection services go to victims of domestic violence, and it's really revolutionized our ability to provide services for victims. But we also want to provide other really smart and effective things, and that's where, for example, the introduction of Children's Hospital co-located with victim advocacy, that revolutionized things for us, and it's now a national model, right? Because traditionally, people always went in different directions. You couldn't do child advocacy with domestic violence advocacy. Didn't make sense, but you know, there's reasons for it. Now you bring those together and you say, yeah, it makes perfect sense. The same thing's true therefore, if I believe that we should have a risk-based system, then we also have to have risk-based responses for offenders as well, for the people that are being arrested and being prosecuted or maybe not prosecuted. But you have to approach it in the same way, and you have to have an evidence-based solution for it. And the thing that has come back again and again is that exposure to trauma being the single most important factor in determining what's going to happen with the person in the future. And so I think, again, the approach that Alma has should be considered co-equal importance to what's taken place with Sojourner Family Peace, and certainly what's taken place in the courthouse as well.
So one thing I want to mention that we've talked about trauma, and of course it's a lot of different things. I mean, I think it's a word that has tremendous importance. And I heard someone recently say that the discovery of the importance of trauma in medicine is the most important medical discovery that's been made in the last 50 years. And if you look at ACE scores and you look at health outcomes, it is very clear that high ACE scores equal very bad health outcomes.
Tell them what ACE is.
Yeah, adverse childhood experiences, sorry. So I think that but I think that there's some things that the MacArthur Foundation, we told them that we're going to do that I think also address the issue of domestic violence in important ways. And that has to do with having what is called a trauma-informed criminal justice system. Anyone who has spent time over in the courthouse, you know, who's not a lawyer, who's not, you know, sort of a nerd to its, you know, the way it operates, is affected by being in that environment. John and I work with a professor who is a medical anthropologist. He did his field research and a lot of other research in places like Haiti and other parts of, you know, of the world which are in much more significant disarray than we are. And yet he told us that he found when he would come into the courthouse and he would sit in the hallways and he would see men walking down the hall shackled together, and he would see the way that things operate in the courthouse. He said it's a very unsettling, I think was the word he used, a very unsettling experience sitting and watching that. So if you are yourself the victim of some kind of violence and you're coming into that kind of environment, it is very unsettling, and it's probably re-traumatizing you in some ways. So we told the MacArthur Foundation that we were going to take seriously the task of making the experience in the courthouse something which would reduce some of that effect. The National Institute of Corrections program said every contact in the criminal justice system is an opportunity to reduce harm. And we need to be really committed to doing that. And that means changing the way we treat people and the way we interact with each other and some of the physical plant settings that create this message to someone. I think a lot of people who might be interested in coming into the courthouse because they're a witness that, John would like to have, or his lawyers would like to have. I think they walk in, they see the security line, they see what it feels like, and they feel like, you know what, I don't need to be here. I don't need to go through this. I'm not sure how well this is going to come out. So having a trauma-informed criminal justice system means systematically, consistently engaging in practices that help people to experience, what happens in the courts in a much better way. And it's fairly subtle. We're not talking about architecture or interior redesign. What we're talking about is just changing the feel of the place. When you walk into somewhere and it's very service-oriented and you feel very welcomed, you know what that feels like. And that's not what we do. And part of it comes from that old thinking that, we want the courthouse to be a little bit forbidding. We want the message to be, you don't ever want to have to come in here again. We want to treat defendants in a way that reduces their dignity so that they're it's an adverse experience that they don't want to ever have again. And by doing that, if we pay attention to what social science tells us, that's exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. And I think having a trauma-informed criminal justice system is of special importance for the category of cases that fall into this area of domestic violence and sexual violence, where the barriers to coming in are already high, and we make them worse by the way we just run things.
I want to take a detour just for a moment before I open up for questions. Milwaukee County, under E. Michael McCann, and then continued under John, and Aaron Katsky's here somewhere, has had a restorative justice unit for how many years? 15? Where's Aaron? 15? And I want to shout that out because we're talking about restorative justice and it hasn't been used, my understanding is, in domestic violence cases, which is not unusual for all the reasons you've heard over the last day. But it has been a community-based program working in restorative justice, and I'd like you to address it just for a minute, John, to talk about that, because I think it's a shout-out that doesn't exist in a lot of DA's offices around the country, and that there's been that recognition in this community that restorative justice is important.
Sure. I mean, that was one of the most important events that took place in our office, obviously, and it wasn't recognized as a time, as it usually isn't, right? It was looked on as, oh, that's kind of an interesting program, and it was probably, looked on as being something that was, back then, it would have been derided as being social work. You're just doing social work.
Hug a thug, right?
Yeah, right, the hug a thug. But it was important in this sense, is it actually planted the seed for moving us away from viewing cases just as these objective widgets that we move down the criminal justice assembly line. It basically said that hold on a second here, you could actually have a better outcome if you had the offender actually meet with the victim in the case with the express goal of, first and foremost, the offender taking responsibility for what he or she did, and then secondly, recognizing the harm that was created by that incident, and allowing the victim to express that harm. And what we usually found from that experience was both the offender and the victim stopped objectifying them, each other, and in the process they were able to kind of see the common humanity between both of them, and that was, it reduced fear in the victim, and it created a greater level of empathy for the offender. It was sort of like, okay, I see that, I wasn't even thinking that. I just needed something, I wanted something, I did something in a immediate way. I had to get it, and so I did this act, wasn't really thinking it through, but now I see what the impact, the ripple impact, not just on the victim, but on the family and on the community could be. So it was just a start of seeing things in a different way. And I think that a lot of the things that we do have been part of that same process. They're not perfect. Obviously they're not perfect. When we started engaging in early interventions back in 2007, we didn't have a robust understanding of what we were doing at the time. I mean, we just didn't. But we had this sense that we had to do something differently, and we were open to the the idea that we'd bring people in to help inform our decision-making, which is also a very difficult thing, quite frankly, for prosecutors' offices around the country. They don't, the notion of having outside people come in and evaluate what you're doing, assess what you're doing, and inform you on what you're doing, it can, we live in, I'm a politically accountable person, right? So you sometimes you'd rather not have some of the laundry exposed to public, right? But at the end of the day, if you're just open to actually changing things and creating a more effective justice system, you have to engage in that process. So restorative justice has been critical, and I think it can be expanded into the domestic violence sphere. You're right, though. Everything we've done, there's always been a caveat. When we were doing evidence-based decision-making, and we were doing bail reform, we're doing all of these different things, there was always one caveat, and that is, the research doesn't support doing it in domestic violence, right? So that's one of the issues that we're willing to kind of grapple with the MacArthur grant now is starting an inroad into using some of these assessment tools and techniques to better inform our decisions in domestic violence as well.
I think this is a perfect segue to open it up. I mean, this all gets back to what Tom was talking about, and we've talked about, is the dignity of the people involved, whether it's somebody who's charged with a crime or somebody who is the victim of the crime or others, and this concept of not trying to dehumanize people, call them names, treat them badly, shackle them, but treat them with dignity, and then to work in to try to be preventative. So I'd like to open it up. We've got about 7 minutes for questions. Anybody have questions for John or for Tom? Yes, Stan.
Yes, thank you very much for your explanations. I've learned a lot listening to your brief overview. But let me ask you, you talked about, if I understand, moving from a defense-based system to a risk-based system. If we define today as T equals 0, how long is it going to take? How big is this effort? Who's going to cooperate?
Yeah. So it's a great question. So it's an offense. Going from that offense-based system, which was really it was designed to make the system more efficient. To be honest with you, because when we were dealing with overwhelming numbers of criminal cases, and quite frankly, we had double the number of criminal cases when I first started in the office than we have today. So what you basically tried to do is create a system that didn't ask the question, who is this person? Or quite frankly, who the victim is either. You just said, what's the offense? Can I prove it? And if I can prove it, should I charge it? And if I should charge it, that's all I need to know. Then it's off into the system, and from that point on, you get a defense attorney on, you get put into a court schedule, and your primary goal is quite frankly just to end that case at some point in time. So in terms of how long it's going to take, I would say where we are right now from where we were 10 years ago, this is a dramatically different criminal justice system than it was 10 years ago. And there's been significant improvements to the system, but there's still significant challenges, and I don't think we have been as successful as we would like to be in certain areas. And then you go through different cycles as well. I would argue that one of the benefits we had in engaging in system reform from 2006 until about 2010 or 11 was that we were seeing significant reductions in violent crime. And so I think people were actually open to the, and then obviously there was a national attention being paid to the over-reliance on the criminal justice system, and you were seeing our prison systems and jail systems spiraling out of proportion and balance. So we had an opportunity to put some infrastructure in place here, but this takes time. Just when I talk about the aspirations for Sojourner Family Peace, I want it to have an immediate impact, and it does for the victims and families involved. But I'm really talking about the kids that we're serving today. It may be 5 or 6 years before we know whether that intervention stopped them from being a homicide victim or a shooting victim or a shooting offender. And so it really takes a longer-term perspective, and it's very difficult to do that in a political environment. I'll just tell you right there. One of the advantages, I would argue, for system reform here in Milwaukee is there's been relatively relative stability in some of the key leadership positions, that you know, we're able to talk with one another. We've got experience with one another. We trust each other. We know that people are coming at it from for the right reasons. And when we experience failures in the system or you know, outcomes that nobody wants, our first reaction shouldn't be, it still sometimes is not to point fingers at each other and seek blame. So one of the approaches that we believe in is you know, we've engaged in what we call the sentinel event process, which is sort of like an after action process, which isn't blame, it's not seeking blame, it's seeking understanding, and then you do that prospectively so that you learn lessons from your failures and your mistakes, and then you do that as a system so that you can improve the system in the past. If all you ever do is just point fingers at, oh, homicides are going up, it's because, you know, the cops aren't arresting the right people, the DAs aren't charging enough people, the judges aren't putting enough people in prison. If you just take that approach, and it's fair. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be offended when we're scrutinized, but the advantage is looking at it over a longer term, because one thing I do know for certain is that we didn't get here overnight. Decisions that were made in the late 80s and early 1990s, and even earlier than that, you know, the decision to criminalize almost all forms of drug possession and use and distribution, you know, had a significant impact. The decision to release people without resources in the community that were suffering from mental illness in the mid 60s and late 60s had a dramatic impact. And we're just starting to understand some of that, the true impact. So I think it's going to take time. And so there's progress being made. There is a narrative of progress, as Tom is often fond of saying, but it's going to take more time.
I think we have time for one more question. Bob?
Yeah, yesterday there was a lot of discussion on mandatory arrest laws. I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that, and if they should be or how they should be adjusted.
So the question is about the mandatory arrest law, and for those of you who weren't here, we had a lot of discussion that there have been a lot of unintended consequences of the mandatory arrest, and that the calls have dropped, and particularly people that are afraid of getting into the system, whether it's because of immigration or others, never call for help. So there was a discussion about, you know, what happens to that, and so the question is what both of you think of that. Why don't I start with you, Tom, and then we'll finish with John.
Well, I think that, you know, what we have to, you know, the shift that we're hopefully embarked on is a shift that moves us away from the one-size-fits-all model of, you know, criminal legislation and towards a more evidence-based, you know, kind of system. Mandatory arrest, I think, came into existence because at one time, most of the, and still true, most of the domestic violence offenders were men, and most of the victims were women, most of the police officers were men, and there were just too many examples where, you know, a female victim was at tremendous risk, and the response, frankly, was not adequate. And so someone was told to cool off, or we're going to take him for a walk around the block, or whatever it was that was the thinking back in the day. And I think mandatory arrest was a way to change the way you know, people around the country regarded domestic violence. It's a huge, serious issue. It is at the root of so many of the problems that manifest themselves in gun violence and other kinds of things. So it's a major problem. I think mandatory arrest was a solution to a problem that we once had. I would like to think that in the years to come that we will get smarter and feel more confidence. We'll be using these lethality assessments, we'll be using other kinds of tools, and that we can find more flexible and more effective ways. We're probably not there today, but I think that's where we are. I would say to the group here, if we come back in 10 years and the system looks like it is today, we're making progress, but there are a lot of things that need to be fixed. I think there should be really serious concern. We have a tremendous rise in neuroscience, a tremendous rise in social science. We have a much better understanding of a lot of the problems that are at the root of our difficulties. And if the criminal justice system is not capable of us absorbing that knowledge and using it effectively so that we can achieve those three goals, remedial, preventative, and punitive, then we're in a bad place.
Yeah, I believe, I think we're at the precipice of moving from mandatory arrest to mandatory intervention. I mean, we need some thoughtful intervention on every single call for help. It's a call for help, but does the help necessarily require a full system response? Sometimes yes, and so part of the problem is that we always expect the first responders, you know, whether it's medical intervention or public safety intervention, we're asking an awful lot of them. So one of the approaches I think we can take, we're trying to take it in the mental health field as well, is to take some of the burden off of, say, police officers and making a decision whether they need to arrest this person that's exhibiting signs of public distress and all the classic signs of suffering from mental health issues, and maybe we could do something else. And it requires you to really provide different tools and assets to your first responders. And I think that's where we have to go. I'll give you one example, and that would be the whole concept of housing first, right? So in the past, if you had a homeless person that perhaps was drug addicted and suffering from mental illness and a host of other issues, you basically said, hey, we'll get you stable housing after you've gone to treatment, got your warrants cleaned up and all these. Now the approach is, let's get them in stable housing first and then build all the services around them. So that wraparound concept is I think, the direction. It's certainly what we're doing with Sojourner Family Peace. It's what we try to do with some of our kids that are coming into the system. It's let's get them in a stable setting and then build the services around there. So I think that's where we're going in the future.
Well, thank you both very much for your participation. It was really educational and helpful. Thank you, John and Tom.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, so let's say 1:50, and then we're bringing back our keynote speakers and our speakers from yesterday on a panel to react what's happened at the conference, and we'll leave time for some questions, and then we'll send you on your way. So take 50.
One of those.
Let me mention it right away, because I'll forget. If everybody left their black notebook here yesterday, we have a black notebook. Look familiar to anybody?
I'm just going to share mics for this
Yeah,
one.
okay.
So.
Yeah, we'll do our best. We're not right taking. As long as we don't have
Black-
Floyd up here, we'll be able to share.
Oh, my God. It's so rude.
All right, if people wouldn't mind starting to take the seats, their seats, so we can finish on time.
That's all you need. That reinforced.
You know what?
I thought I'd love some public, and maybe then it would be okay. I'm actually way better on panels than I am.
So we have taken in a lot of information and ideas in the last 24 hours, and I know that there's a lot of excitement in the room. So we thought we would finish this conference by having our various keynotes and speakers from yesterday reflect a little bit, both in terms of national reflection and our Milwaukee reflection, over things they've heard and thought about over the last few days. Before I forget, because if I don't do things right when I think about them, I forget, you do have these blue forms about what was the most important thing you heard this morning. If you would fill those out, it just gives us a lot of good feedback that we do use. We read all the ones from yesterday already, so I would ask that you fill that out. Well, at this table, you met Carrie Banks earlier this morning. You've heard from Terry Stordoff. Terry is the founder and president of Alma Center, where we're going to send everybody. I think we can all go. Seated to Terry's left is Carmen Petrie. Most of you know Carmen. Carmen is the president and CEO of Sojourner Family Peace Center, that new wonderful center that we have in Milwaukee. Patty Seeger is to Carmen's left, and she's the executive director of End Domestic Violence in Wisconsin. And at the very end is Sujatha, who you have met earlier this morning. And I'm going to start with you, Carmen. You're just, not with you, Carmen. I'm sorry. With you, I think I'm going to start with you, Sujatha. I'll start at the end. And I'm just asking you to give maybe a few moments of reflection. And I'm interested in both Carrie and Sujatha particularly, who speak a lot on these topics but have not been here before, and their reflections as well as the locals. So Sujatha, are you willing to take it first?
Sure. I think one of the things that I've been thinking about over the past 2 days is, first of all, it's just wonderful to hear all of the wisdom in the room, both in the questions and from folks up here. Something that comes to mind when in my own family, I have an inordinate number, maybe not for the South Asian community, of science folks and engineers in particular. And what I think is interesting about the way in which they think is that they're like, oh, this part isn't working. My brother-in-law in particular is a design verification engineer, right? So he's checking to see, like, is it not working in this one particular point in this one particular way? And then we wouldn't ignore that, right? We wouldn't say, oh, well, only if this set of things happens and the entire motherboard could light on fire, and but that'll only happen under these couple circumstances. So let's just ignore that and just send the computer out there, right? His job is to really think through all of the different bugs and ways in which it goes wrong, and he brings a sense of joy to that. So does my other cousin. And so I'm wondering what it would look like, given this really difficult conversations that we're having, to bring that kind of curiosity and joy and like, oh, how are we going to get this thing to work, right? How are we going to make it work under all these different circumstances? We can't say, oh yeah, well, we can't do this because of the immigration consequences for these people, but let's plow ahead anyway. Right? Like that, my brother-in-law wouldn't allow that to happen, right? My cousin in Bangalore would never allow that to happen with the products that come out of his company. And I feel that we need to be thinking about things in the same way, and it might be easier for them because they're talking about a piece of computer equipment, and we're talking about stuff that's much more heart-related and terrifying in a lot of ways when we're thinking about lethality assessments, et cetera. So that's one thing that I want us to have, make space for that kind of thinking. I think another thing that I'm thinking a lot about is
what does it mean for us to walk the talk as a domestic violence community, right? So if we're walking the talk around accountability, we really did marry VAWA with the crime bill. When I watch particularly the footage of Bernie Sanders back in the day saying, I don't want to vote for this bill, but I have to because of,
Say what VAWA is.
oh, the Violence Against Women Act, right? And when we made that the law of the land, we did it by attaching it to Bill Clinton's crime bill, which radically increased criminal penalties on so many fronts, and specifically around drugs and drug laws, and all of that happened at the same time. And in a lot of ways, a lot of people felt that they had to vote for the crime bill who didn't believe in it and said, we're going to create mass criminalization. We'd already started to create mass criminalization, but it was done in the name of survivors of domestic violence. And I was a part of that. So many of us were a part of allowing that to happen. And so for me, truth and reconciliation, which is the restorative justice way of being in the world, is for me to take responsibility and to be accountable to the aftermath of that, right? And to do so with love and compassion. And so I think another thing that I'm thinking about as we grapple with everything that we've laid out on the table, we can walk away from this, particularly in the DV advocacy community, feeling really guilty and feeling bad, right? And we can't do that to each other right now. We have to go back to a place of offering each other unconditional love, which means that you see the underbelly of me and I see the underbelly of you, and that we figure this out together. So that's sort of the big picture, and I feel like we really made some steps in that direction today. That I want us to have these conversations with prosecutors, with the defense attorneys, from a place of love and compassion and truth and accountability and reconciliation and moving forward in a good way. So I just feel really buoyed after these 2 days on all of those fronts.
Thank you, Sujatha. Next is Patty Seeger. Patty, you want to give us your, from whether it's from the state perspective or your own personal perspective of the kinds of conversations we've had?
So what I know is in the last probably 5 or so years, I believe and I experience a great awakening in the social justice world amongst environmentalists, people who work in food justice, people who work in anti-poverty and economic justice, and violence in families or violence generally, the gender violence field. We have been experiencing an awakening. We've been coming to understand and coming to grips with decisions that we made many years ago, such as embedding the Violence Against Women Act, when it was first introduced in the crime bill and locating it in the Department of Justice, where it ends up being very retribution heavy, and we wonder what it would have been like if it had been located in federal health and human services instead, where it might have been more services heavy, and how our world might look different. I mean, if it was going to be in a federal office, you know, we could have picked better. But we were on a path, and so for the last 5 or so years, a lot of us have been really reflecting on those decisions that we made. I didn't make it independently, nor did you, but I've been in this work for 35 years, and so we all sort of, those of us who were in it during those times, supported it, participated in it. We're so desperate to have some kind of national, federal recognition of domestic and sexual violence for the first time, to have the President of the United States of America say the words domestic violence, sexual assault, and sign a bill was big for us. But we also recognize that with all of that came a lot of government funding that has supported the work. And with all of that government funding has come definitions and constraints. And we're really, in many ways, sort of locked down in terms of revolutionary thinking and innovation, because government doesn't want their money to be used for radical social change. But we need, in order for us to end gender violence, we need to think and engage in radical social change. And we haven't been able to do that because we've been heavily constrained by government funding, and the advocates who are in this room today will tell you that we are, those of us who work in victim advocacy are burdened with writing massive reports that go to the Muskie Institute for Research, and we are, we're like numbers crunchers now. It's a very different world than when I first started as a young advocate in 1980. It's just so different. And so we need to find our way. We need to find a balance. We need to find some way to get back the concept that we can change this. We need to move. I said last night in my discussion that we need to move, we need to understand the individual behaviors, but in order for us to really end gender violence, we need to come to a collective understanding of what causes it at a very high systemic level. We need to understand how it's tied to our capitalist structure, for example, which might sound way out there for folks, but for you to understand that capitalism requires that some people have power and some people don't, and everything flows from that system. So, I am super hopeful. I've really enjoyed this past couple days. I'm thinking about what can happen in a community of Milwaukee, what can happen in our state community, and I'm thinking about what's happening nationally and the fact that we are moving, as we are talking about alternatives at the national level, we're moving into yet another law and order phase. And Rudolph Giuliani is likely to be the next Attorney General of the United States, and he's a big law and order person. So I'm trying to think about how we balance what's happening nationally with our desire to really see humans for who they are. Listening to Jason, is that his name? Talk about, hear that man say, I am not a monster. So powerful. People are not monsters. People are not born as monsters. People become what we define them as. And we have to do everything we can, I believe, and I will do everything I can as the leader of the state coalition here to ensure that we continue on a path that rehumanizes all of us, that continues to explore and understand what systems support gender violence, what systems support racial violence, economic violence. It's all connected. Environmental violence, it's all connected. And once we make those connections, we can truly work to end gender violence in our society. When we understand the systems that support it and change those systems, then we can help individuals too. It has to come from the top and the bottom at the same time. So this has been super hopeful. I've been privy to Carmen and Terry saying, we got to do this. There's no reason why we can't do this. And I'm excited. I'm excited for the potential.
Thanks.
And I'll end there.
Thank you, Patty. Carmen? Well, like I said last night, Terry and I have been talking about this for about 15 years or so. I was sitting here and remembering in 1985, I went on my first March on Washington. And I'm not calling for that. But I was in the Museum of Art, and I came out, and I heard Tracy Chapman singing, I'm talking about a revolution. And it was like amazing. I'm standing there, the sun is out, I'm on the mall. And I was thinking, today I was thinking we need a revolution. And I was like, what does that mean? A week ago, I feel like I could have emotionally handled this conversation differently. Since Tuesday, it's a different reality for me and the work that we do. And so I'm hopeful, but I'm tired. This has been an exhausting conversation. And the work is hard that we do, those of us who are day in, day out, working with everyone. And so I'm tired, I'm challenged, I am afraid. And I was thinking, what the hell does a revolution mean, right? Because I know what I feel. I feel afraid. And when I feel afraid, I want to go tear something down, right? Because I'm tired. I'm thinking, what is there to be done? And then after I wade through that, I'm like, I wrote down 3 things. I thought, we need a revolution in how we see each other and how we see ourselves. And we need a revolution in what we think is possible. One of the most unintended consequences of the building that we built, people say to me, what's the difference about that building on 6th and Walnut? I said, that building says anything is possible. It stands on the corner of 6th and Walnut against all odds. During a recession, we raised money. We got money from all sides of every political area you can think about. So it stands as a testament to what is possible. But what was unanticipated to me is that women they started saying to advocates, this building says I matter. Somebody cares about me enough to build a building that I could feel comfortable in. And so we need a revolution in what we think is possible. And we need to think about what we're trying to give birth to. This is a complicated issue. Today I was sitting here thinking about all the people that I've worked with and witnessed and seen. There's many things that are true, right? Nobody 40 years ago woke up and said, I want to take Floyd's humanity, right? Nobody said, I want to do that. That's a great idea. But what we were responding to is this repeated witnessing of things that happen when hurt people hurt other people, right? And so the Brown case recently, where the baby was drowned on the northwest side of town. We did an autopsy on that case. We couldn't have predicted that he was going to do what he did. We have to get better at predicting that. That's the architecture and the technology that we need to be better at. Because until we figure that out, the reason we've been treating every case as if it's the same is because we're deathly afraid that that's where every case is going to lead us, right? And so that's how mistakes have happened. I remember a colleague of mine telling me, she had a woman come in one day to the restraining order. She had been cut ear to ear. Her throat had been slashed. And she came in for a legal order of protection. Now, not every case is like that, but there are substantial injuries. And like Jason said, he is not a monster. But when you've been hurt, you do things. Think about times where you did things in your life that you were ashamed of. We all have. I've done things that I probably could have been arrested for out of my own pain. And I was lucky enough to get the help that I needed. And I happen to be white, and I live in a privileged culture. We have to get better at understanding what we're really talking about and how complicated it is before we start to try to fix what we have in place. I had a colleague of mine at the Battered Women's Justice Project, Loretta Frederick, said, whenever you do anything, you have to ask yourself, Carmen, what are the unintended consequences? You had better spend many hours thinking about the unintended consequences. That is your responsibility. And so we have to wrestle with that question. We cannot throw the baby out in the bathwater. We cannot take other people's humanity. We get there too late. We have to create forums that are community-based, that restore us all to humanity. We cannot, as advocates, we can no longer stand in between victims and the things that they want for themselves. And that's what the movement's been trying to correct. That's why Janine and I have been in conversation for many, many years. We've known this for a long time, that we're all aching for a different way to try to solve this problem. So I also was seeing the rise of my own feelings. Because I think sometimes what gets lost in the conversation is this piece about how did we get here? We got here through good intentions, is how we got here. We got here out of desperation, is how we got here. And if you were able to listen to that 911 call that Janine says to you, that she mentioned this morning, I've listened to it many times, you would not be able to sit in your seat to hear that little baby cry. We would all be compelled to try to do something. So let's remember the good that we've tried to do. Let's hold each other with love. I like what you said. We have to love each other into a different answer. We need new ways of thinking about how we handle those egregious cases and what do we do about them. I think this is our failure as a community. We have for generations been underestimating the children's exposure to violence. That's on us. This is not rocket science. I heard a reporter 20 years ago say on CNN, why should we be surprised that kids are growing up and committing violence when they are growing up in violence? So we have to stop pretending that this is our responsibility. It's, we need to fix this. We need to get there sooner. And the challenge we have on our hands is we not only need to continue to do the hard work we're doing, we got to figure out how to get upstream. If you really understand that human beings aren't born this way and that they're raised and grown and that we have to do a better job, we have to partner with each other. We have to recommit ourselves to finding a different path. So that's just my rambling thoughts. I'm very exhausted. I'm tired. I'm excited about what's coming ahead. And I'm afraid, frankly. Our families and the people we work with and our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our grandfathers, our nieces, our uncles, all deserve better. They deserve our best thinking. And I'm looking forward to the work. So Terry and I will be doing something. We're going to finally put it into practice. But don't think that because of this conference we did something. This seed has been growing in us for many, many years. True?
Terry.
Well, I was pretty absorbed in what Carmen was saying and not focused on what I was going to say, so I'm going to try to regroup here. I think that touches on what I was going to say, is this feels like a very surreal experience because it's been 15 years, and 15 years ago when the Alma Center began, and we really did begin working around healing with men. It wasn't something that we talked about, actually. It was something that we went to meetings and didn't talk about. We just said that we were doing cognitive behavioral therapy with men, a traditional BIP, because it was not, we had conversations about it, but it wasn't widely accepted. And that happened for me, for myself as well. I feel like there are ways that it just opened up to me that we had to do healing. I began in the domestic violence field as an evaluator, as an academic, and started to do an evaluation of battery and intervention programs and was trying to take the standard measures that we had and understand how people, you're violent, now you need to stop. And we started with some focus groups, and really quickly I realized that what the men were talking about in the group and the men that I was seeing was not the people that I was reading about described in the theory and on the papers and the way that people talked about them. And I was like, there's a big question mark. A big question mark came over my head from the very beginning. I was like, this doesn't really seem to make sense. These things are not fitting the way people are talking and the way that they're understanding themselves. And it was a profound sense of pain in the room, a profound sense of hurt, and really trying to understand, well, what do we do with that? I don't think that we can actually try to teach people different ideas about that, because it's not about what they're thinking. It is at some point, but when people are in pain, you're not going to say to them, well, let me teach you how to think differently about your pain, and then you're going to be out of it. No, it's about our heart, and it's not something that we access by thinking our way out of it. It's not a left brain experience, And so trying to figure out what that meant, restorative justice was a very natural connection for that. And I think that when we began the dialogues many years ago, it made a lot of sense. And then we continued down the path of continuing to build healing and restoration, and it feels really like the moment that we've come back to say, and now we have another tool, another technology to push that even further. And so I think the surreal is like, here we are back at this moment, and it's the moment that we really need. And I think that the other thing that I'm reflecting on is just the panel with our DA and our public defender, and thinking about the fact that we really are not, we're a pretty small community, We really can get a handle on what we're doing here. It's not like we're New York or Chicago. And it feels like in this moment where it would be possible to fall back into fear and to fall back into just not knowing what we're going to do, that this is a moment for our community where choosing love over fear is just so important, and that we have the people, we have the resources, and we have the ability to really make profound change. And that feels to me really powerful in this moment of looking out and not really knowing what's going to happen around the rest of us. It's like, wow, but we can actually take hold of our community and do things that are very powerful here. So it's been a very energizing listening to everybody. I feel like we have talked about things out loud in this room that I couldn't have imagined being said. We had conversation about mandatory arrest that isn't a conversation that would have been a public conversation just a very short while ago. We have talked about healing and restoration, and I think one other thing that we have touched upon and is a very, very critical thing that we have moving forward is that we have to understand our own woundedness and our own pain, and how indeed we have made decisions and interventions in this movement about trying to do the best we could with best intentions, but we've also made them from our own pain. And when we are not, have we not resolved that ourselves and not healed ourselves, it's much easier to go to retribution. It's much easier to go to punitive solutions because you want to alleviate the pain that we're feeling. And so we have to do our own work to heal ourselves. And we are asking people to take such courageous steps on their journey of healing. That means to take out everything that has hurt them and say, I'm going to feel all of these things, and I'm going to believe that it's not going to overwhelm me, that I can move through it and get to something on the other side. And in getting to something on the other side, I have to change my understanding of myself. I have to change the way I think about the world. I may have to not hang out with my family, my friends. I have to change the way that I maybe the way that I appear, maybe the way that I look, maybe the way that I interact with everybody around me. And we ask people in the moment of the most distress that's happening in their lives to do that. And that is something that people do. That's amazing, isn't that? It's amazing, right, that people do that. And I think that it's incumbent upon us then to ask ourselves to do that as well, so that we can be truly authentic leaders that can walk our talk around this and be carrying forth love and making decisions from that, and not making decisions from the pain that we carry.
Thanks, Terry. Carmen.
Ditto.
No, I'm sorry. I am getting tired here.
It's so funny because as I'm thinking about this, and I thought about it last night, the word that just keeps coming back to me over and over again is grateful. And I do want to say, even though, and I know we had the same experience of being, lovingly asked to leave, not so lovingly, the domestic violence movement, 15 years ago, I do want to back up and say the gratitude that I have for the women and men who started. Without them, we wouldn't have shelters. Without them, we wouldn't have any intervention. Without them, there wouldn't even be a discussion about it. So I do want to say that I appreciate and applaud and am honored to be able to say that, the movement started because of so many amazing people. And then, and I do live in my head in the world of intent, and I think that intentions were good, but they were just, in my personal opinion, misguided because they didn't want me. But I do think that intentions were good, and I do think that it came from a place of protectiveness. And that's a good place, except lots of times if you're sheltered and you're protected, then you can't move forward. And I do think, as you were saying, pulling out the woundedness and pulling out the healing, it is really hard, and it's emotional. And being in a dialogue or being in a survivor impact panel, you see just raw emotion in front of you, and it's amazing. And you actually kind of witnessed a little bit of a survivor impact panel, except from the men earlier. I mean, if that impacted you, that's what we do. There it is. Because you can't not feel, and you can't not sit there and say, oh, I understand now why they did what they did. And that to me, and it just seems like such a simplistic to say, it's just talking, and it's just dialogue, and it's just really getting back to the basics and just listening to each other and just hearing and understanding that people, as you say, hurt people hurt people. I totally believe that. But it's also not, and when you start speaking about the hurt people, there is such a, that happens a lot of the times with some of the domestic violence men and women that I work with, because they think that if you give someone who has battered any kind of benefit of the doubt or any kind of understanding, then you're saying it's okay what they did. And that's not the case at all. I mean, I always say it's just the two E's. It's an excuse or an explanation. And I definitely think that when you understand what people have gone through, it's an explanation. It's not an excuse for the behavior, but it explains why they did it. And when you can explain why things are happening, then you can actually make inroads and change those behaviors and say, okay, well, here are the consequences. But I'm very grateful for hearing and very inspired about what you all have going here, and I hope to come back.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. I want to add just something, and then we'll open it up for questions. Just two thoughts. I'm certainly grateful for this panel and what they have given to this conference. One of the thoughts, and Terry may remember this, years ago when we did a circle at the Alma Center early on, and we had a number of men that had been through the program in the circle and community members, and we had a couple of survivors of domestic violence who told their stories in a very personal and intimate way. And I'll never forget, we had that circle with the survivors, and then several days had gone by and a weekend had gone by, and it was, I think, Monday or Tuesday, and we gathered again in circle. And I'll never forget, one of the men said, I ran into my partner this weekend at the public library, and I saw her, and there's a restraining order, so I couldn't say anything to her, and I wasn't supposed to. But he said, we looked at each other, and for the first time, I saw the fear in her eyes. And because he had heard those survivors speak about what their experiences were like, that he transferred and suddenly saw the fear in his partner's eyes. And that's one of the amazing parts about this work. And let me just say, generally, people will say, well, what's the objective of this conference? I mean, we don't come out with a bunch of findings or final report. Part of it is to generate dialogue and understanding and to bring people at a certain level to understand not only what's happening, but what could be happening. And I can tell you that the conferences we've had in the past, for example, the conference we had on the clergy sex abuse, I can tell you that the podcasts of that conference still get used all over the world, and I get calls about it, and people that were at the conference tell me how they've used it in their various places, whether it's employment or parishes or churches. And part of it is, we talked about yesterday about the ripples from restorative justice. Well, I expect there to be ripples out of what's happened here in this dialogue. So we put ourselves for a day and a half into a place to be able to talk and to think and to dream and to worry and to do all the things that we often don't have time to do. And then it's up to us both collectively and personally to be able to take those seeds out and have other people think about it, and maybe even treat people differently than we treat people. So, in terms of what you take from this, just talking to people you love and care about, the things you've heard here will bring many, many blessings and change people's views on it. So I'd like to open it up. We've got a few minutes for questioning. Yes. All right. Oh, okay.
The themes of, and there's been so much thought about unintended harmful consequences of ideas and change, and one size does not fit all. So it'd be really helpful to hear some reflections in thinking about restorative justice as it's applied to battering and rape and other forms of domestic and sexual violence. Kind of, what do you think about when you go, oh, here's who it might not fit for, or where it might not fit, or, ooh, I wonder about this, and should we be paying more attention to this as a maybe not the consequence that we want out of it? So some thinking about bringing those questions to this change that has so much promise and appeal. but also needing to ask those same questions.
Let me just repeat, because I'm not sure everybody heard in the back of the room. The question is basically that there's been often references to unintended consequences and concerns about, that there's so much promise in this work, but there's also risks in when it may apply and when it may not apply, and how do you build those safeguards into what we do? And so I don't know who would like to take that on.
I have thoughts on that.
Okay,
I won't
great.
take. So one of the things is that, diversity is always necessary in a diverse society. So we want multiple points of entry to restorative justice processes, for wherever survivors are ready to engage, always survivor-led, survivor-driven, multiple models, right? So I work in at least 2 or 3 models, but there's so many others, and when survivors reach out and say, I want to do this, or even if survivors say, I want prosecution, I say, so that's not what I do, here's how I hand you over to who you actually want to be talking to, right? So really letting survivors lead, and then multiple locuses, or loci, I don't know what the plural that is, locations for where this happens in ways that make, again, survivors feel safe, and for folks who've done harm to feel safe to engage. But really, the answers to the questions of unintended consequences come from focus groups with the folks upon whom we are constantly inflicting unintended consequences. And those are the same communities over and over. We already know who we're doing this stuff to, and you can look at any field where we're providing services or doing anything, and the unintended consequences are landing on the same folks. And so starting by asking them and not trying to guess about what those would be will help us figure out how many models, which models, where should they live, who should be administering them, who should be facilitating them. All of that really starts with asking the folks with the lived experience, both of domestic violence on sort of all sides of the experience and in terms of unintended consequences.
Other thoughts? Patty?
So Jane knows this, and probably a number of the people in the room know this, but some of you may not. Before I was the executive director of End Domestic Abuse Wisconsin, I was the policy director, the public policy director. That's a fancy word for a lobbyist. And I did lobbying on behalf of the statewide coalition to change the laws. And so I actively participated in creating a number of laws related to domestic violence specifically. All well-intended, all what we thought informed, but what I will say is what we did was we did create this sort of blunt force, one-size-fits-all tool. This is really the most blunt force tool there is, the most extreme end. And what I, as now the director of the statewide coalition, what I want to support about this process, from what I've heard from both of you, is that it's voluntary. The people who participate choose to participate. It's something that they want to do. That I love the idea of surrogacy, that we're not, I think initially many of us, for those who were here last night, you heard that we initially flat out rejected restorative justice for domestic violence when it was first introduced, saying absolutely no way, no how will we ever put a victim and her offender across from one another and have them talk, because of the obvious power imbalance and the obvious fear that a victim would feel. It would never be an honest dialogue. And we know that even if years had passed between those two people, it would never be an honest dialogue. It would be a dialogue in which deep safety concerns would be introduced. So this idea is really good. And also the idea that I see it as just one more tool for us to get away from just a singular blunt force tool. Because right now with mandatory arrest, either victims choose to enter the criminal justice system or they don't. And then nothing happens, and there's nothing that's offered to them, except if they go to a domestic violence program. But again, a lot of victims don't even choose that path. So what we need to do as a society is create as many points of entry and pathways to healing as we can. And so I don't see this as we're gonna get rid of arrest and prosecution totally. I do think there's a role for that. I see it as us adding in, or thinking about adding in one more thing, that heals. And I like that it doesn't involve us putting people in cages, that it involves two humans coming face to face with each other and finding they don't know each other, but through their anonymity, finding a pathway to heal and move forward with fuller humanity, if not their fullest humanity. And that, I think that's the goal. I am fully invested in moving as far away from retribution as we can be, and recognizing that some cases, some situations require that sort of response.
I'm going to jump in just for a minute just to react, because I work with a lot of survivors of violent crime. I've done a number of survivors of incest where they have met with their fathers or stepfathers in prison, which is interfamily, obviously. And there are a couple of things that I've learned. And you heard a little bit today, the strength of survivors. We tend to think that they're not strong and try to be protective of them, and it really is a choice issue, I think, in making sure they understand what the risks are. But, you know, I've seen incredible courage and strength of survivors that walk into a room in circumstances that I think I never could do. And the other piece of us, it's taking Patty on a little bit, but you know what I keep thinking about is that there are so many women that return to the household with no prosecution, with no court, and there's no dialogue. And I understand there's risk putting them across the table from each other for dialogue. And I don't have an easy answer to this, and I'm not ready to take these on. But on the other hand, I think to simply say, we can't do it because there's too much risk, so go have the discussion over after he's had 3 beers tonight, is not a great alternative. And so I think we need to keep thinking about what certain ways we can do it. You know, one of the things about collateral issues, when I was trying to set up the restorative justice program and I was talking to a number of survivors groups, it was interesting because sometimes what they want is not meeting with the offender. I think Melinda Hughes is here somewhere, and Melinda ran the Healing Center for survivors of sexual violence, and I met with a group of survivors, and I said to them, you know, they had no interest in meeting with their offenders, which I understood, and I said, well, what would help? And they said, we would like to meet with the police officers that first interrogated us when I reported the sexual assault. We'd like to say to them, you know how you treated me and how I felt. And it turned out to be a serial rapist, but nobody came and apologized to the assumptions that you made with me. And I actually had the parents of a murdered child say, you know, we don't want to meet with the offender. And I said, what would you like to do? And they wanted to meet with the trial judge. They weren't angry with her, but they wanted to have a discussion to ask about questions about the system and thing. And at the end of that lunch, they gave her 12 red roses and said it was the best day since the day their son had been murdered. So, you know, sometimes it's just asking people, what is it that will help you heal? And I think we need to keep thinking about those things. So, other questions from the audience?
I have one question, and I hope I'm not opening up
You can open up Pandora's box. That's all right.
Women are all so enthusiastic about your organizations and the work that you do. I'm really impressed, and I think everybody in the audience is. My question is this: if you were in Sweden, you would all be funded by the government, and you would not have to worry about money.
Yeah.
You're in the United States. And I would just ask one question. Raise your hand. How many of your organizations get any money from the federal government?
Well,
3.
not for the domestic violence work, but for other work we do.
Is it enough to run the organization, or do you need supplements?
Supplements more, yeah.
Okay. How many get money from the state? 3.
Not
Same
enough.
question. You need supplemental funds?
Yes.
Same question.
Okay. You've answered
my question.
Thank you.
Did everybody hear the answers? The questions were how much they were funded by the federal government or state government, and all of them concur that they're not totally government funded. And
I think it's important, Janine, for us to remember that funding isn't the only answer. We need a commitment in all of our institutions to embed our best thinking in everything we do, in our schools, our churches, our community centers, every single place that we appear as citizens, we have to carry the truth of what we know about this issue, or we will continue to have hurt people generation after generation after generation. And we will be sorely mistaken if we think that this problem will be solved only by money. We don't have enough money. We do not have enough money. We need more money, and I do not think it's coming in the next 4 years. We don't have enough housing, we don't have enough substance abuse treatment, but we also lack the political will to do what we know needs to be done right for our kids. And that's what I think our government needs to stand up and say. It was powerful. It was powerful when Joe Biden talks about sexual assault and he stands up, and it was powerful and is powerful to have Obama take on this issue. We do not have those kinds of leaders coming into office. So we have a fight on our hands over the next 4 years so we don't lose ground. But let's think about all the ways we as individuals can breathe life into the change that needs to happen.
Thank you, Carmen. I would just like to point out that when Floyd and Jason were up here talking, you heard them both talk about incarceration. If we add up the amount of money that our state has spent on the two of them, it is close to $1 million to incarcerate them in their lifetime. So we have spent a lot of money, and that did not have any impact or result that we wanted it to have.
Stan.
Janine, I'd like to pick up on what I think Jim was leading towards. Let me suggest that in this room we have a rich resource of expertise. You convinced me of the expertise that you have here, right in front of us. And I saw the district attorney here also. I've heard the words of collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. My challenge, my question is, why don't we take on this task of bringing us together and put together a major proposal to the NIH, to the National Science Foundation, to the new president-elect, what have you, and put together a major proposal here that proposes that we become a center, a national model center, to do what? You tell me what you want to do. Lay out a 1, 2, 5, and 10-year plan as to where we want to be in that time frame. And make it aggressive, make it bold, make it so bold that when you pick the low-hanging fruit, people will say, they're on the right track, I'm going to give them more money to follow this on. I think we can do that, but I don't sense that we are doing it at this point. And Jim, it seems to me that we have a rich resource there in the National Science Foundation and Institute of Health and so forth. We are at the precipice of where we could go with these ideas. My sense is, if we just leave this conference and we all continue doing what we have been doing, lamenting the past, lamenting the future, saying it can't be done, it won't be done. But we hold it in the palm of our hands to go and do something about this. I'm impressed with the resources I've seen here today. And Janine and the law school, I give you great credit for putting this conference together here. Let's do something as a follow-on.
Right.
Thank you. Louis.
Going along with what Stan has just said, is it possible that, Carmen, is it possible that out of what's happened this week, there are some opportunities here that you wouldn't have otherwise, and that maybe the new administration needs you more than they need, than you need it, and actually can help. And here we have, right down the street, we've got the Speaker of the House. We've got other people that are going to be in this administration.
Yeah. I totally agree. They do need our voices. We have to speak the truth. What troubles me is what's been, I think, brought into the light of day is the raw misogyny of what we know women face constantly in this culture. And it was brought out into the public square in a way that we have not seen. I remember thinking and seeing this when I was a child in the 60s and being exposed to it, but we have not seen this kind of raw misogyny where we talk about women's bodies and, I can grab her by the, right? That has not been in the public square for a very long time. Those of us who do this work know it's alive and well, and it has been for years. But it is now in the public square, and we have to deal with it honestly and tell the truth about it, because that makes our work 1,000 times harder. It makes Floyd's humanity harder to have, and the victims that we're trying to help harder for them to hold on to their humanity. And those of us, so it's complicated, but they do need us, and they need to hear from every single one of you about the people you know that have been raped or battered, or the people who've made mistakes who need another chance or another way, right? I think that's where we're going to have to get involved. That's the revolution.
And let me just answer Stan or Dean Jaskowski. If you know the Milwaukee Engineering School, Stan is the one who was responsible for that wonderful building at the end of Wisconsin Avenue. It's not the time now on a Friday afternoon, but I have to tell you that we have planned discussions for doing things in the future, and in fact, Carmen and I have been talking for some time, and now that the building is set, we will do that, and we've got all your emails, so we're not going to lose all you in the room, and so. Carrie, do you want to add something to this?
Yeah, and I absolutely agree with what you said about now we have an opportunity. I mean, I saw, after I said the Trump tapes, I jumped on top of that pedestal, and it was shocking. And when you deal with it every day, I know what financial abuse is, I know what psychological abuse is, I know what emotional, spiritual, and all this kind of stuff. And it dawned on me how many people don't. And so one of my blogging things, I said, thanks, Trump. Because now people know what sexual assault talk sounds like and what it looks like. And it opened up a dialogue that I was thrilled with. My phone was ringing off the hook, and I was having people saying, I'm being re-traumatized, but I'm kind of happy people are actually talking about it. And so, yeah, it put a very ugly thing, and what he did was disgusting, and what he said was horrific, but it's been living underneath the rocks for so long, and it's been living in the darkness and in the silence for so long. I was thrilled that it's like, okay, yeah, this is happening every day. This is happening in people's homes. It's 1 in 5, have been affected by sexual assault. 1 in 5. I mean, that, and people were just shocked. They're like, really, that prevalent? And you start talking, and then, like I said, for the books I'm doing, I'm soliciting real stories. And I went to a Halloween party. There were 5 moms standing there, and I said, oh, by the way, I'm doing this book. I said, I'm just going to write around real people's stories. 4 of the 5 women said, let me tell you mine. And this is, it's everywhere. So that's the thing. And they've all said, can I write to you? Can I just tell you what happened to me? It's cathartic to start talking about it. And so as ugly as it is, thanks.
We have time maybe for one more question. Yes.
Well, I think the biggest message that I got out of this 2 days is either returning people's humanity to them or keeping them whole. And I feel like that this is a really important thing, to have a tool, many tools, to help people learn the skills they need to live. That's part of what's wrong. Many of these people, in particular people of color, have been so generationally, persistently traumatized, no let up for such a long history that it has actually changed their genetic structure. This is not normal. This is not a trauma. This is no let up trauma. There's no hope. There's no end in sight trauma. And I think we can recover from that. But I think we have to have not just the victims and the victims' helpers and the people who do care for victims and perpetrator victims as well, I want to say. I believe perpetrators are victims as well. And I don't like the perpetrator once you decide that they've done something and that they're no longer a victim. But I think we need to make prisons and other big money institutions in the system have some skin in the game. And if they can't prove that if we send our people who have done something wrong, that they're going to improve them so that when they get out of prison, that they can live in a home in a neighborhood and work gainfully or work on their health or whatever it is they have to do in order to be safe in the world and everyone else safe around them, that they shouldn't be able to do that business because they're a failure.
Well, and I just want to, in response to that, I was just part of a panel the other night on trauma-informed care, and in part, we talk that about in this context, but people are being trained, not only school bus drivers and teachers and medical authorities, and the National Public Health Association has made its #1 issue the impact of racism on health. But there is discussion in business and others how that impacts the employment, how it impacts people. And so this trauma, there is a new recognition that trauma, in fact, impacts people and shapes them, and that there's a way we can deal with each other that is more loving and more caring. And so I think this is the beginning of a very exciting conversation. First of all, I want to thank our panel one more time for their participation and help. I just want to take a moment, the names are in your program. We have an absolute wonderful committee that's worked for a year to put this conference together, and I'm not going to read everybody's names. A number of them are here. You've met a number of them at the door. Some of the speakers had a ride back and forth from their hotel. They have engaged in many, many ways, and most importantly, they helped all of us shape this conference, and so I am very, very grateful. But I want to just do a standout recognition for two people. One is Carol Dufek. Did she leave? I saw her walk out the door. All right, we'll get her in a minute. Where's Christine? All right, we got to go get her. All right. Well, Christine Walensky-Vogel, you've heard from her a million times, right? Christine, I would not be able to do this program. We would not be able to do this program. Christine is the heart and soul and the mechanism and the computer with all the parts that work of this program, and I just wanted to recognize her for all her excellent work. And Carol, we'll find Carol. Carol, where is she? Yeah, she's coming. Carol Dufek is in charge of all the building and arrangements and the lunch and everything else. And I just wanted to, and part of all our committee meetings, so I also wanted to thank Carol for her good work. So. And finally, I want to thank all of you for coming and staying and participating, and most importantly, taking what you've learned at this conference, go forward, make a difference, and we'll be in touch. And this all will be on webcast in a couple of weeks on our website, so that if you want others to see it or you want to look at it again, it will be available. Thank you all. Drive safely home. Have a great weekend.